Yo, what up, everybody? How is it going?
He is a local high school wrestling phenom. He just won a national championship and is heading to college on a scholarship. But that's a far cry from how his life started off thousands of miles away when he endured a life-changing attack that no one can possibly fathom. Eyewitness News reporter Anthony Carlo has his story.
Dunia Sibumano Rodriguez has always had guts and grit. It's no surprise how well he took to wrestling. He's been grappling with life since he was 6 years old, but he would not let life's challenges pin him down.
I don't think I would have ever thought I would be here, like coming from my country and ending up being like a good wrestler.
He was just a little boy in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, a memory as ghastly as you could possibly imagine. A swarm of chimpanzees attacked, killing Dunia's cousin, injuring his brother, and leaving him with no easy life, trying to
There's chimpanzee swarms in the Congo?
fit in. And then he found wrestling.
Once I started getting better at it, it was like people started accepting me and I accepted them.
Dunia came to the United States for reconstructive surgeries. He had never wrestled a day in his life. 5 Nassau County titles, 3 state championships, and a national title later, the 18-year-old has committed to UNC. As far as how he got his start, he was taken in by a wrestling coach at Long Beach who would adopt him in middle school.
It meant everything because without him pushing me so hard, I wouldn't be where I am today.
For Ethan, a sophomore, Dunia is more than a mentor. He's an inspiration.
He always kept.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to get attacked by a chimpanzee swarm. Fuck. That's pretty weird.
I ate some cookie bites a few weeks ago. They tasted like mothballs, and then I realized they were moldy. I didn't get sick because my immune system destroyed the fungus. But this brings us to a sobering situation. This was a brand new bag, unexpired. How did that mold get there? The reality is...
VG, you said you would be on in like 43 minutes and it was more like 45 minutes. What gives?
Well, you know, I had to take a shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Fungus is everywhere in the air. It gets into the atmosphere, it blows into the jet stream, and then it traverses continents. Every breath that you take has fungus. Every bite that you eat has fungus. It's just that there aren't enough fungi to create a moldy-looking surface if the food is fresh. And for regular healthy people, our immune system takes care of this every time. But if the fungus is everywhere, and there's all different species floating around in our environment, what happens when they get onto organisms that aren't as robust as humans? Farmers have to use fungicide on their crops. Massive food shortages will happen if they don't use them because fungus will grow on plants. But the fungicide used for plants are similar to antifungal medicines that we use in the hospital for human fungal infection. And when fungus evolves to become resistant to fungicide in agriculture, it means that they're evolving the same mechanisms to become resistant to human antifungal medicines. The reason that this is scary is because fungus is everywhere, floating around in our environment, blowing in the jet stream across continents. So the mutated resistant strains are now traversing the globe. And we're starting to see the effects of this. Hospitalized patients sick with medicine-resistant strains of Aspergillus are 25% more likely to not be alive after 90 days, compared with patients who had medicine-susceptible strains. If someone gets a fungal infection in their brain, we only have a few antifungal medicines that can get into the brain. If they all suddenly stop working because the fungus has evolved resistance, then bad things are going to happen. Now you might ask, why haven't fungus evolved to be resistant to human immune systems? And it's because our immune system destroys them in many different ways, whereas these medicines act on a singular mechanism. And humans can also mutate and develop resistance against fungus, but singular medicines don't change. A panel of mycologists around the world have raised the alarm. We need to seriously look at and study new antifungal mechanisms because these fungi are now spreading around the world. We can get moving on this. We need more people researching fungus. We still have time. This does move slowly, but it is moving.
That's worrying. Dodo donate $2. What is this?
Temps look good.
The moment when the Artemis 2 astronauts heard freaky knocking in space due to re-entry thrusters kicking on, remember in Interstellar.
This is so freaking cool.
Everything looks good. Ooh. Pressure looks good.
That is worrying.
More civilian death, because if you remove Iron Dome funding, it will lead to civilian death. And they're saying, well, it's an unfair advantage. Well, countries have unfair advantages. We have an unfair advantage, right? Our military is an unfair advantage with the Iranians. That's how this stuff works. Israel developed technology. Well, we shouldn't pay for it. Okay, well, we have THAAD missile systems in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Bahrain. We paid for that. They didn't pay for that. We gave them defensive THAAD missile systems. How come no one's saying remove those defensive missile systems? So this is where now their double, triple standard on Israel is really showing. In my opinion, it totally takes any argument that they had that they're not anti-Israel and they're for protecting civilians if they're going to come for Iron Dome funding. But now they're going to say
the anti-Israel shit is just absolutely psychotic, dude. Just crazy. Oh. Wow, catch. Those are a good catch.
Please welcome Turning Point USA CEO and Chair, Erica Kirk.
That is weird and cringy.
When NVIDIA first started, there were 60 3D graphics companies. We are the only one that survived. If you would have taken those 60 graphics companies and asked yourself which one was going to make it, NVIDIA would be the top of that list not to make it. You know, this is long before you, but NVIDIA's graphics architecture was precisely wrong. And it was an impossible thing for developers to support. It was never going to make it. We reasoned about it for good from good first principles, but we ended up in the wrong solution. And everybody would have counted us out. And here we are. And so I have enough humility to recognize that, you know, don't pick winners. There are so many great, amazing foundation model companies, and we try to invest in all of them. And it's part of our joy of doing so. It's an imperative to our business. But we also go out of our way not to pick winners. And so when I invest in one of them, I invest in all of them. Either let them all take care of themselves or take care of all.
Hey guys, this is
a Jordan Peterson update. All right, take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Any supplements outside of steroids that can boost test naturally? Did you ever dabble in anything before hopping on gear? 3 I'm experimenting with right now are Tonkat Ali, Testifen and Fidogia gratis.
Alright, well, you're retarded. No, there aren't any. Thanks for the donation. Vegan Gains is my inspiration.
Well, since you're on now, VG.
As I mentioned, Israel is using this notion of disarming Hezbollah to justify their invasion and land grab operation in southern Lebanon. But the Lebanese army was basically pressured by the Israelis to either disarm Hezbollah, and if you can't do it yourself.
The Lebanese government has wanted to disarm Hezbollah since the very beginning.
We're going to do it for you. Right? That was the argument made. So if you guys can remember, prior to the March 2nd Israeli invasion into Lebanon. There had been a ceasefire that Israel had violated thousands of times, but nonetheless, there was a ceasefire, right? Now, during that ceasefire, there were some messages exchanged between the Israelis and the Lebanese government. And the Israelis basically told the Lebanese government, we need you to disarm Hezbollah. And again, if you're unable to do it, we're going to reinvade. Now, during this time, during this ceasefire, again, Israel's still bombing Lebanon. They reined it in a little bit, but they're still terrorizing that poor country. Okay, but the Lebanese army is insanely weak, insanely weak. So they don't even have the capacity to disarm Hezbollah. On top of that,
By the way, just so you know, the U.S. military gives the Lebanese military vehicles, arms, stuff like that. So the U.S. gives funding to the Lebanese military.
Lebanese government is fully aware of the fact that if they were to attempt to disarm Hezbollah, not only would that lead to members of the Lebanese army getting killed, but on top of that, it could spark a very serious civil war. You got to keep in mind, Lebanon.
No, it wouldn't. It would be a war against the Lebanese and fucking Hezbollah. It's not exactly a civil war.
Lebanon is kind of unique in the region in that you have a sizable population of Sunni Muslims in Lebanon, a sizable population of Shia Muslims.
Yeah, and they all hate Hezbollah. They're just a criminal organization
in Lebanon. Now, Shia Muslims are, what the Iranians.
She has no fucking idea what she's talking about. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Oh, and speaking of that clip, Fiji.
This is where now their double, triple standard on Israel is really showing, in my opinion. It totally takes any argument that they had that they're not anti-Israel and they're for protecting civilians if they're going to come for Iron Dome funding.
Okay. Jared Moskowitz is a Democrat from Florida.
So they didn't even bother playing the full clip.
You're going to be shocked to find out he's taking a tremendous amount of money from AIPAC. We're going to show that to you a little bit later. And he's making a case in CNN that
he doesn't hide that.
We have to kiss Israel's ass. Everything he says is a lie.
Oh my God. Yeah, I'm like so fucking like whatever, dude. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Who cares? Jordan Peterson is a transphobic bigot anyway. If he dies, no reasonable person will miss him.
Well, he's just an all-around retard, like, so, whatever. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Oh. Sleepy donators, do you agree?
Aversion in this dating market. Now, I was having a conversation with one of my Christian clients, and this guy has, a lack of experience, very strong in his faith, and all that stuff is fine. But when I asked him in terms of what he was expecting after going through this process, he was like, I also want a virgin woman. What I had to tell him was, listen, man, that's not going to happen. Maybe 10, 20, 30 years ago, but nowadays, women are starting to get their experience as early as 15 or 14 years old. Unless the woman.
The average age in which people lose their virginity is about 16 to 17. Varies from region. Sometimes it's a little younger for boys. Sometimes it's a little younger for girls. But yeah, I think in the US, the average age is about 16 to 17. And that hasn't changed. In about 100 years, that hasn't changed. Believe it or not, teenagers get fucking horny. And I can guarantee you there are plenty of fucking women throughout history who have said they're virgins, and they may or may not be lying to varying degrees. Virginity can mean a lot of different things. It can mean sucking dick. It can mean getting fucked in the ass. It can mean getting fingered. Like, who the fuck knows what that means anymore? But yeah, guess what? If a chick is telling you she's a virgin, she's probably fucking lying.
Woman was highly sheltered or very, very unattractive within her teenage to early adult years, there's literally a 2% chance that she is a virgin. And even if she is a virgin, she's not really a virgin, if you know what I mean. It's likely that she's done some stuff. So instead of trying to find like this virgin,
Vegan Gains is a prick donated $3.
Now, for people that aren't getting prescribed TRT but want the increase in testosterone, there are these plant compounds like Tonga Ali and another one which is very...
This guy's a retard. So, he's paid by supplement companies to shill bullshit.
interesting. It's a Nigerian shrub called Phaedogia agrestis, and it mimics luteinizing hormone, which is the hormone that comes out of the hypothalamus that stimulates the testes if you got those and the ovaries if you've got those to make more testosterone or estrogen. Phaedogia is usually
Phaedogia. Dude, this is like some of the dumbest fucking shit I've ever seen in my life. Okay, so $20 for the Allmax, 120 capsules. Serving size, 1 capsule, 325, 120. Is there like a standard dosing protocol? Because this is dosed at 325. This is dosed at 600. I don't know how much you're supposed to actually take of this shit. Take 1 to 2 capsules a day. So I'm assuming 2 capsules a day, that lasts 60 days. Says normally $42. Fuck knows. Yeah, I'm gonna assume this is gonna cost an average of $30 to $40 per bottle. I haven't seen any research on this horse shit, but guess what? Testosterone works better, so I don't know why you'd waste your fucking money.
usually taken at about 600 milligrams, and that can the most dramatic effect I've ever seen was somebody who had his testosterone down in the low 2s, or I think it was like low 2s, and he got it up to the 700 range, but that's an outlier, right? Most people are going to see about a 300 to 400 point increase. Now, for people that aren't getting
just take testosterone. Thanks for the donation, dude.
And women always act like they hate sex.
Yeah, they act like that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Marry. Instead, start putting yourself out there. You get some experience, because what I don't want you to have is a woman who has more experience than you. So you get some experience, but alongside with that, start looking at how the woman actually treats you. After you get some dating experience, there will be signs in which you can clearly tell if a woman has a lot of experience versus if she only has a modest amount of experiences. In fact, I believe it's a great thing if a woman has had prior long-term relationships over 2-3 years. You will not find a virgin in this dating market. Now, I was having a conversation.
I agree with that for the most part. Christians are just dumbasses. Donate Tillers, imagine going to prom and parties in general is so dumb. Did you go VG? I don't think so. No. Principal Kirkmore tackled the school shooter walked into prom. That's nice.
Is the American-Israel Public Affairs Committee, commonly known as AIPAC, is them being in America and not registered with FARA like all other lobbying groups in America, is that America first? Is it America first for senators, Congress, and even our president to take money from AIPAC?
Is it America first to take money from a foreign lobby so you'll send taxpayer dollars to that country?
It's not a foreign lobby. You can't be a foreign lobbyist.
You know, even the question kind of answers itself. Obviously it isn't.
He has to know this. It's not a foreign lobby.
And that's not an attack on Israel. It's certainly not anti-Semitism, despite the efforts of many.
Like, if it were legal to do foreign lobbying, then there'd be a pro-Chinese, like, lobby group that it's not a lobbying group within the U.S., and they'd pay a bunch of fucking left-wing politicians billions of dollars to, like, be pro-China. But, like this guy's an idiot.
To claim that it is, it's just an obvious statement. And the fact that people are attacked for asking the question. This is something that I talked to Charlie a lot about in his final months, because he was being attacked as an anti-Semite for asking that question. And we've memory hold that, but I was there, so I saw it. That's not the right way. Don't attack.
Don't think you ever said that.
People's motives. And I have a lot to attack people's motives. I'm trying to remind myself, don't do that. Respond to what they're saying. Right? And so, no, of course it's not. And it's totally fine to ask about why a foreign government tried to sink one of our ships in 1967. That doesn't make you an anti-Semite, sorry.
It was mistaken identity. Oh my god. Like, why is this such a fucking meme among these retards?
Those are Americans who died. And by the way, yeah, whatever. Anyway, but the point is, no, of course not. And that's why they won't have the conversation. And my point is, you know, I'm 56, my kids are grown. I'm just not afraid of you at all. I don't hate you or anyone else. I love the—
Can't stand Tucker.
Сука! Сука, блядь!
Well, that is Russia. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2.
Israel's actions in the Rafah offensive after May 6th of 2024 disqualifies it from being a liberal democracy in the same sense as Western liberal democracies. It is basically based off the writings of Hugo Grotius and his writings on
I'm not gonna bother watching that. Look at this beta male wearing his hat backwards so he can look cool.
If you're Erica Kirk, you've got one job, and it is not to do—
Yeah, he's a beta male, alright. I don't know why he's wearing that hat.
Natural gas is abundant.
Okay, we can watch that. Ukraine is preparing new rules for entry and legalization of foreign workers in order to facilitate the arrival of African migrants to regress Ukraine's labor sources. Well, they're about to find out. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Women don't act like they hate sex, lol. So you never had sex and the woman looked like she was enjoying it, Richard? Makes sense. Given the kind of girl you stayed with for over a decade. She didn't like you or like having sex with you, loser. Lol, cringe.
That's great.
Stop speaking on behalf of Israel. You don't care who US gets involved with because you live in Canada under our protection. You seem supportive of the Iran war. Waste of money and lives, but it makes sense you're not American. Don't be close-minded.
Fuck. You're a dumb bitch. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
That's because you are an anti-Semite, Tucker Carlson, and you know it. If you weren't, you wouldn't have invited all those anti-Semites on your podcast.
That's true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Reliable supply is not. Liquefied natural gas.
Sleepy Don't Eat Chiller's #1 ranked retard.
All we have to do is listen to our bodies to know that a large amount of muscle is not healthy. Not only is it incredibly difficult to put on muscle, on top of
Speak for yourself, Twink.
that, when you stop working out, your body quickly gets rid of all of it.
Yeah, if you stop working out, your bone mineral density decreases, your cardiovascular fitness decreases. Like if you go to space where there's zero gravity, that's especially apparent. You'll very quickly develop osteoporosis and muscle loss and muscle wasting. Does that mean having high bone mineral density is a bad thing? Because if you go into outer space, it goes away? Like...
And this doesn't include crazy things you did to get muscular. Did you destroy your organs with steroids or supplements? The amount of food and stress on the digestive system to achieve and maintain muscle cannot be argued as optimally healthy. There's a huge difference.
You don't need to eat that much to gain muscle mass.
Between having a good base of 20, 30 pounds of natural muscle versus trying to be a bodybuilder. Once you're eating over 3,500 calories per day and spending more than an hour in the gym lifting weights, it's safe to say you're not adding years to your life. There's a balance in the middle where you will both look and feel good.
What a retarded gay twink.
The natural healing process of our skin when exposed to UVB rays is important for both a healthy physical appearance and your overall metabolic function in general. And this is really significant for healing acne scars and blemishes, which can be gone in days compared to usual months.
The sun does not heal acne scars.
I like to call this skin recycling. And the main issue is that most people are eating such inflammatory diets that they don't have the required nutrition to heal their skin when it's damaged.
Your skin constantly sheds all the time. You make new skin cells all the time.
Not going in the sun is like not driving your car because you can't afford an oil change. If you're able to switch over to a balanced organic diet, then you will be able to optimize your health by getting more sun exposure, which includes both increased hormonal production and using up excess nutrients stored in the liver. So if you guys want more details on what to eat, definitely check out my food pyramid on YouTube, and you can go to Recovering from near liver failure after the carnivore diet has taught me that there are many things.
I'm pretty sure he's an alcoholic. That's what... He's never even shown that he has liver damage.
Outside of diet that can really help accelerate the liver healing, like getting some sun, recycling the skin, which really uses up excessive nutrients in the liver and stimulates detox. Jumping around, running, moving the lymph fluid around is also really great for detox. But something I haven't really heard anyone talk about and that I've been thinking about over the past few weeks is when you build up muscle, the muscle needs iron, vitamin A, B vitamins, all these different nutrients to compose the tissue. So if your liver is toxic, by building up the muscle, you're essentially
there's no such thing as having a toxic liver.
taking nutrients out of the liver and putting them into muscle tissue. So when you exercise and work out regularly, that can definitely help, keep your liver functioning and moving and accelerate the detox over several years.
What a fucktard. Thanks for the donation, Sleepy.
I'm sure soon enough, maybe a few years into your relationship with Pat, it'll be just like the last one. Because you didn't take your own advice. And you also just end up dating the first person who likes you after you become single, no standards.
You're retarded. Thanks for the donation.
Commonly known as LNG, was meant to close that gap.
So I like to think about liquefied natural gas as oil.
Is the reason you can't understand the US versus Iran conflict because you're half black? I can tell you're smart from the white side of you. There's a part of me that thinks the death count entertains you. Also, vitamin D increases test. 100k plus IU before death.
I don't know. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
nerdier cousin.
It isn't as big as oil, but it's becoming bigger, and it's sort of becoming this backbone for a lot of energy systems.
It has so much of a broad reach in terms of where it goes, for power generation, for industry, for transportation. India, Japan, Asia, and also Europe all have long-term contracts.
If you Dodo donate $2. If I found out Zoran Mamdani went to my kid's school, I'd pull them out of school.
He entered a war, got pulled into it by Bibi Netanyahu. Let's be clear about that. Entered a
Oh, good. I'm glad Kamala didn't win. Avi was right all along.
war that the American people do not want, putting at risk American service members.
Oh my god, dude. Just don't ever vote Democrat. They're all like, they have no ethics, no standards. They're all communists. What a bunch of pieces of shit. I gotta send this to Avi. Ugh. Jeez. Yeah, there's no point in voting Democrat. They're all commies.
You knew I never understood why being an astronaut was always considered a dream job, seeing how dangerous it is.
Yeah, it is pretty dangerous. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Pat was the first girl who expressed interest in dating you after you became single and started looking for a relationship again. You didn't go on a single date and pick the best girl, no. You let her lock you in right away. It won't end well.
That's not true. So, congratulations, you don't know anything about my personal life. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
You were going to build your economy around liquefied natural gas imports. It had to be reliable. And this is what Qatar offered until now.
The energy war escalates.
Qatar's Ras Laffan industrial city, which houses the world's largest LNG export plant, has suffered extensive damage from an Iranian strike.
This plant, which had been running for 30 years, had never, ever missed a delivery.
Never in the industry's wildest dreams would this facility be damaged, and damaged to such an extent that it would take years for parts of it to restart.
So what happens when a war becomes a stress test for a global addiction?
She's just pandering. She would have entered the war too. Lol, this is what these politicians do. I wouldn't read too much into her saying that.
Who fucking cares? The fact that she'd lie and say this shit, they have no fucking standards. Don't ever vote for a fucking Democrat. Thanks for the donation, Sid.
I've seen those clips of Charlie Kirk speaking about typical anti-Israel talking points right before he was killed. What do you think the deal with that was? Are those clips just taken out of context, or was Charlie slowly turning into an anti-Semite?
I don't know, I don't care. Thanks for the donation, dude.
How do you...
What would you do to the fools sending you hate comments if you've seen them in person?
Nothing. Thanks for the donation.
to replace supply from a region that's now so fragile and vulnerable?
Natural gas is an incredibly useful fuel. It can be used for heating, used for cooking, used for power generation, even...
This guy's like the most disgusting bald head.
Hey, sweet people. Have you ever wanted to be an astronaut?
Yeah, when I was 5.
I'm not watching this. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It goes into fertilizer to be used to grow our foods. It's often cheap and abundant.
But getting your hands on it can be difficult if you're not in the right region.
So traditionally, it's been moved through pipelines. Liquefied natural gas helps to solve that problem because it turns gas into a liquid so that it can be much.
Lol, yes, it is true. You had a date planned and you cancelled it so you can get roped in by Pat, who lives a 16-hour flight away, and you won't even meet her for another year and a half. You didn't date any other girls prior to Pat locking you in.
That's nice. Thanks for the donation.
He eats like shit. He acts like a hypochondriac.
Fuck. Oh my god. What the fuck is this shit? Ugh.
Always vote for third party, such as Jill Stein or Cornel West, or at least anyone that doesn't become puppets for Isno Trail.
That's right. Vote for Jill Stein so Republicans can keep winning. Good advice. Thanks for the donation, dude. Dodo donated $3.
You were the kid who never stopped staring up. While everyone else ran around the playground, you...
Not interested in watching an AI video. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
More easily transported anywhere in the world.
Oil and gas come from wells, either on land or offshore. But to make it into liquefied natural gas, you need really specialized equipment.
LNG, really, it's a magic of engineering. It gets super chilled to negative 163 degrees Celsius. This gas, when turned into a liquid, is 600 times more dense. So every shipment is packed full of energy.
It goes from the LNG plant to the vessels, and then on the other side, when it gets delivered, it has to be sent to these specialized import terminals so that it gets warmed back up.
It has become the fastest growing fossil fuel globally. It represents about $250 billion in global trade. I like to describe it as the champagne of fuel. The infrastructure that's required is very expensive, but it became more affordable and more accessible to a lot of emerging countries for a few reasons. One is the US shale boom.
This is the combination of hydraulic fracturing and horizontal drilling that really unlocked this enormous resource potential out of the US. There was a wave of build out for import terminals. So this helped increase the ability of countries to import more LNG, adding to the number of countries that were able to import.
Cheap supply, floating terminals, fast build-out. A fuel once reserved for richer countries suddenly became available to everyone, and it was sold as a bridge fuel to renewables.
Which means basically...
Why did Pat say he eats like shit and eats like a hypochondriac? Is she already shit-talking you behind your back just like the previous girl? You know, the one you won't let me say the name of even though you spent 30% of your life with her. Ridiculous.
She was talking about Jordan Peterson. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Worst part about watching your streams is seeing you slowly get more depressed. Starts off happy and then the retarded comments start coming in. Self-inflicted torment. The bills have to be paid. You have to get back to making YouTube videos. What made you?
Yeah, I'll make YouTube videos that make no fucking money and get me banned. Thanks for the donation, dude.
How about this?
This video was made possible by Wix. If you're ready to create a website trying to decide what name was best to call the crew of their spacecraft. The word astronaut comes from the Greek words astron and nautes, which means sailor among the stars, whereas cosmonaut with the word cosmos suggests exploration not of the stars but of space. So it made more sense. The Soviet Union called Yuri Gagarin the man who won the space race a cosmonaut. However, NASA to this day prefers astronaut. Whatever the title, the challenges they face are the same. Could you handle them? Let's find out in this episode of the Infographic Show. Do you have what it takes to become an astronaut? Astronauts are trained around the world in many different locations. These include the United States, Europe, Russia, and Asia. However, unlike other careers, they do not always accept newer groups. In the United States, NASA makes announcements that applicants are wanted on an as-needed basis. The European Space Agency hasn't been open to astronaut selection since 1992, and even then, applications were accepted for just months. On the rare occasion that a position opens up, the competition is quite intense. Over the years, NASA has an upwards trend in interest. It set an all-time record in 2016 with over 18,000 people submitting applications. Only 120 people are invited to attend an interview, and of these, just half are welcomed back. For those in Europe, the chances of becoming selected for training are also very slim. During the last recruitment in 2009, only 6 were picked out of 8,413. When new astronauts are needed, candidates must have vast knowledge and experience to meet and preferably exceed training program admittance guidelines. No matter where they are, those who apply must be exceptionally strong in several key areas. These typically include a high-level education, flying experience, and proof of physical and mental ability. As an example, to qualify to train with NASA, candidates must first complete an undergraduate program and earn a bachelor's degree. And not just any major will be accepted. While there are no schools or university tracks specific to the field, there are ways to learn applicable skills. You will need to focus your studies in engineering, mathematics, or the physical, biological, or computer sciences. In addition to this, candidates must also have 3 years or more of related experience, or 1,000 hours of time commanding a jet aircraft. The third and last NASA requirement is passing a physical examination, which has many different parts. Among other things, there are blood pressure limitations as well as specifications for just how tall or short you can be. That's right, if you're not the right size, you may be disqualified, as you won't fit inside of a spacesuit. In addition to this, for obvious reasons, you'll need to be able to see well with 20/20 vision in each eye, either naturally with surgery or with lenses. Similar to NASA, the European Space Agency requires a high standard of education in technical or scientific disciplines. While not essential, aircraft experience is also highly recommended. Physical condition is taken into consideration, and they list additional mental abilities that prospective astronauts must have to succeed. These include the ability to cope with high-stress situations, get along with others, and in general be adaptable. Why are these necessary? Well, space flights may last 4 months. Those in the spacecraft will be crammed all together with the same people each and every day. Getting along will be imperative to successfully tackling unforeseen situations as they come. It will also be necessary to work well as a team and complete a given mission. In addition to all this, the Russian Research and Test Cosmonaut Training Center claims that the concept of motivation and trainability are also key for new recruits. With the amount of training they'll be required to complete, candidates must be willing to stick through and work hard to master new things. So, say you have the education, experience, and physical and mental ability to get accepted to an astronaut training program. This is when the challenge really begins. Training will be neither quick or easy and requires years of dedication. During this time, trainees will learn what to expect before, during, and after they launch into space. Just the act of taking off and landing can be quite brutal and incapacitate people for days. In fact, some 60 to 80% of those who travel to space experience space motion sickness for the first 2 or 3 days after leaving, and may experience it again for another 2 or 3 days once they return. This may either be caused by shifts in fluids surrounding the brain or because of the effects of gravity on the inner ear. Whatever the cause, it makes those who have it feel overly hot, sick to their stomach, and exhausted. Those who do throw up often have little warning, but it typically doesn't last very long. Also, whole new crew getting motion sickness is so common that on most space missions, activities are limited for the first few days. The use of proper training as well as medications have been somewhat successful at preventing this level of sickness. However, medications must be used with caution, as it can also cause drowsiness or impair concentration. For those on a spaceship, this could be a lethal combination. Another effect of spending time in space is experiencing irregularities in the flow of blood. Sometimes after missions over, blood pressure may start to drop as a person tries to stand. This will make them feel dizzy and they may even pass out. This is common for a few days and should resolve by itself. It's also worth noting that prolonged exposure in space can cause other problems as well. In the space environment, the heart shape becomes a rounder, and some of its muscle mass is lost. Scientists hope to discover exercise routine that could keep hearts strong to counteract this. Of course, in addition to what happens at takeoff and landing, astronauts must also know what to do as they orbit in space. For this purpose, they'll be taught the concepts behind orbits and astronomy. Astronauts are also given access to a realistic spacecraft model, so they learn how its different components function. They'll learn things such as how the rocket engine propels the craft and how insulation regulates equipment temperature. And of course, very quickly, about how the systems work that provide them with the basic necessities, such as food, water, and air. More than knowing how all these work, an astronaut must also be able to respond effectively to their failure. Further, here she must know how to protect them during a disaster as well. Of course, astronauts must also prepare for their part of the spaceflight mission. This often requires things such as learning how to navigate through space successfully while wearing a spacesuit. To simulate this here on Earth, astronauts put on their equipment and submerge themselves in water. They then walk around and perform various tasks while entirely underwater. Other useful skills astronauts should know for a mission include learning how to pilot the ship and accurately determine its position. To do this, they must also know how to identify potentially confusing optical illusions. In addition to understanding the internal workings of a spaceship and how to perform their jobs, astronauts must also prepare themselves for the psychological challenges of the space environment. As many who have been in space have said, dealing with a combination of constant danger, loneliness, and limitations was the most challenging thing they ever did. In space, danger never ends, and it may always be near. Experts have described that by living in a situation surrounded by danger, it makes one hyper aware of it. There's also something comforting about the feeling attached to the ground that is absent when drifting in space. Over time, the sensation of floating, while exciting at first, may become much less fun. If nothing else, it can be frustrating and make some of the simplest tasks a challenge. An astronaut's sense of balance may be thrown off by the distortion of time as well. Instead of having once every day in space, sunset and sunrise switch back and forth every 45 minutes. On long shifts over lengthy missions, one may lose complete sense of how time has passed or what time it even is. However, the most profound sense of loss many astronauts have felt is the missing connection to their normal life. This was expressed by astronauts even after weekly interactions with their families and friends, which not every astronaut has. Another thing that some considered one of the very worst feelings was when they were sitting around with nothing to do and without any type of distraction. Then this sense of uselessness or boredom must add to a stifling lack of freedom. The good news is astronauts are well prepared for these types of situations. They know what to expect through practice and have developed different coping mechanisms. To show they can handle being by themselves, astronauts have been kept in isolation chambers for weeks. They've also been locked up with others for over months to learn about compromise and limited freedoms. We've all seen the videos of astronauts laughing and doing flips as they float around freely on their ship. But now we've learned that the mental feeling of weightlessness can become much less fun. Many people want to become an astronaut, and thousands upon thousands go so far as to apply. However, the job is not an easy one. It requires a lot of grit and sacrifice. Not everyone has what it takes to be an astronaut, but thanks to Wix, anybody can have a great looking website in minutes. Wix lets you create a personal site by using one of the hundreds of fully customizable templates.
Okay.
He has a point, Richard. One day I'm gonna cut off the tap from you, either because I get bored of watching, get bored of donating, or want to punish you for misbehaving. Once I stop donating, you're literally going to be broke since you have no viewers.
Okay, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Dodo donate $2. What do you think? Do you think you have the power to change everything if you are a broke loser? Is nothing set in stone? Yeah, that's good advice. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Basically, it's for countries to get away from using dirtier coal because gas, when combusted, emits less CO2, but also back up intermittent renewables.
Gas has about half the emissions of coal, so it's cleaner than coal. Obviously not as clean as renewables, but it provided that solid, that baseload power.
But over the last few years, the industry, especially big oil, which has invested a lot into LNG production capacity and exports, has changed this pitch.
As the world's energy demand has grown, both in the developing world and the developed world, liquefied natural gas came to be seen more as a destination fuel, not just a bridge fuel.
Liquefied natural gas, an affordable and reliable source of cleaner energy.
Much of these LNG exports are from Qatar and head mostly to China, India, and other Asian destinations. But there's one little problem. All LNG exports from Qatar have to pass through the Strait of Hormuz.
The Strait of Hormuz is a key choke
Hello Vegan Gains. Me and my brother have watched you since the early days. You are our inspiration and reference when telling people to go vegan. I would show people photos of you when you were young and said vegans can build muscle.
Well, I've only gotten more jacked, so I think, yeah, I make an even better argument now. Thanks for the donation, though, Chester. Appreciate it.
Choke points in the Persian Gulf because about 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas production passes through there each day.
So the fact that the world became very reliant on Qatar was no surprise, given that it had the resource advantage, the geographical advantage, and
Mike Donny Teller's boomers be like,
old and you're still living with your parents and it's not a temporary thing, which, you know, I get the temporary stuff, but if that's your permanent living arrangement, you need to grow the fuck up, right? You need to get a life, get out there, get a roommate if you need to. If you're 25 years old.
I mean, he has a point in one way, and I think he also doesn't understand how expensive rent is. So, I mean, it entirely depends, right? Like, if you get along with your parents and you're, like, maybe chipping in with rent or some of the household and, like, expenses, why would you choose a roommate over that, you know? I think the primary issue is if somebody is just not trying to make a life for themselves. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
and it had really built itself up as the world premier producer in LNG.
Our energy will find its way into millions more homes and businesses around the world. Qatargas.
With such reliance on LNG having taken hold, the fragility of the system has been quickly exposed by war.
With the attack on energy infrastructure, especially the Ras Laffan facility in Qatar last week, the likelihood of a quick normalization is now diminishing.
There were Iranian missile strikes on the facility at Ras Laffan, damaging 2 out of the 14 trains of this massive LNG complex.
This is something that Qatar estimates is going to take 3 to 5 years to rebuild and cost the country anywhere up to $20 billion a year in lost revenue. Meanwhile, customers have to look elsewhere to get the fuel that they need, which causes a bidding war in markets and for the price of natural gas to rise.
LNG output around the world had been rising steadily, but the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the damaged facility has led exports to fall roughly 20%, and it's unclear how soon that supply will return.
The war has revealed that the LNG market is much more fragile than people had before thought.
As countries' consumption
Thanks for the membership, Glitcho.
of liquefied natural gas increased, so did their dependence on this fuel. By relying heavily on imports of natural gas, you're essentially swapping one vulnerability for another.
And so when a big disruption happens in a place like Qatar, there are no alternatives. The only thing that you can do is cut consumption of gas.
The hardest hit economies will be the countries that had the biggest reliance on LNG from Qatar. Southeast Asia in particular, so Bangladesh, Thailand, they're seeing the impact almost immediately. There's energy rationing, power rationing.
There's now a bidding war in certain areas in order to replace that liquefied natural gas that's been lost. It drives up costs.
Not just lost energy, but lost faith. Countries are already looking to
Production is at an all-time high.
Yeah. I heard Iran closed off the Strait of Hormuz again.
Right, I'm delighted to be here with 4-time world's strongest man, Brian Shaw, ahead of East versus West Arm Wrestling 23. You've got a massive matchup coming up, but first things first, you've just beaten me, so how did that go down?
It was good, man. It was good. You were actually stronger than I thought. I'll give you that. And it was fun, man. Any arm wrestling is fun, though.
Well, being told I'm strong by you is an enormous compliment for me, so thank you very much. But obviously, you've done so much.
Dude, look at the difference in hand size. How do you even fucking arm wrestle somebody that much bigger than you? You wouldn't even, like, his hand would, like, fit inside his hand.
Your career, arm wrestling is just the next step. Of course, you become a 4-time world's strongest man. And something I wanted to ask you about, because I think this story is hilarious. So you win the first one, then you go in and win a second one. And I believe the key to pulling off your second world's strongest man victory
I'm doing all right, thanks for asking.
was going into a sports bar, finding a girl who took a bit of a shine to you, and then she was delivering you burgers and Eddie Hall was fuming about it. So can you tell me that story?
Yeah, man. Well, we were in China, and the food was not the best. A lot of guys were getting sick, and I found from the medical staff actually that was taking care of us. They went to this American type sports bar, and so I found out that the food was good there, and so I just kept going back. And one of the waitresses, I guess, because I was going there so much, was like, "Oh, okay, I'll come and watch the events and bring you some food." And so I wasn't mad about that, and it was interesting, man. But that's how I got through it. I had that. I had beef jerky. I had protein powder, and that's about what I ate that whole contest.
The food you were getting, how much of it were you able to share? Did Eddie get his hands on any of it?
No, 100%. Not back then. He did not, for sure, because I needed it. Yeah.
And of course, you've taken him on in World's Strongest Man, but also in arm wrestling as well. How did your arm wrestling match with Eddie go down?
That was crazy, man. I mean, Eddie is he's a competitor. He's a character for sure. And of course we're friends, but on the table, that friendship went out the window, and it was all competitive. And Eddie is a heck of a trash talker, so he was trying to get in my head, but I was able to stay calm, and get the job done and beat him, which was fun. But
yeah, he lost his wrestling match today against I can't remember the guy's name. I was surprised. That dude was a fucking beast.
Hello, my friends. Don't look my face because I'm super tired. I'm arrived now in the hotel. The event is finished. I want to say something about what I saw. The event, I never saw this. It was more than Vienna. The crowd, the people, unbelievable. Maybe you can see some story. And about the competition, what I can say. Brian Shaw, this Leonidas. Yes, I wrote it a lot for Brian Shaw. I was in his corner. He did very well to be only in this short period in arm wrestling. Really, he changed the technique. Of course, Leonidas, he have a lot more experience, a more stronger point in some areas. But I think Brian, he did very well. He lost 3-2. He did very good result. And if
I'd like to apologize for the mean comments. I'm just projecting how I feel about myself. Love you.
That's fine. Thanks for the donation hate comments.
committed more with the shoulder press, but I think he don't know really a lot about this technique. Maybe he can win. But congratulations to Leonidas, really unbelievable performance. He showed many times against John Brasink, Schoolboy. He did a very super good competition. I can't wait to see him again to pull because super good talent and super strong. Other fight, now I don't want to mention all the guys because I'm really tired. I forgot for sure someone, but most impressive, of course, Manifestor, unbelievable. Now I think he will go to...
Dude, the match with Devin Larratt and Vitali was fucking insane. That was such a good match. Devin fucking won. My money was actually on Vitali, but Devin wasn't kidding. His right arm is a lot stronger than his left.
95 kilo, and I think he can win still 95. Dave Cheffy with Matushenko. Unbelievable match, was very, very close. Maybe if Cheffy he went more in the top roll, maybe it was better to open more the hook of Matushenko, but Matushenko is super and he was completely pumped. And after this Devon, he won more easy. more easy the last rounds. And really, congratulations to Devon, because to be in this level at 50 years old, almost 51.
Yeah, crazy.
In top 3, top 2.
So just finished watching EVW 23, absolutely incredible event, probably one of the best events I've ever seen. To finish it off with that match between Devon and Vitaly.
Yeah, the match between Devon and Vitaly was just fucking epic.
About 100 years, the global car industry was dominated by 3 countries: Germany, Japan, and the United States. Out of them came the names that define modern driving: Toyota, Volkswagen, Mercedes, Ford, Honda, BMW. These weren't just companies, they were the pride of entire nations and the backbone of their economies. But in the space of 3 years, it's been a bloodbath. Mercedes watched its profit collapse by 28%. Porsche lost 92% of its bottom line in a single year. Stellantis, the group behind Jeep, Peugeot, and Fiat, posted a $26 billion loss, the worst in its history. Volkswagen announced 15,000 job cuts. Behind every single one of these blows, the same name keeps coming back: BYD, a company that until 2003 was still producing nothing but simple batteries. Back then, the very idea that they could one day compete with Tesla was so absurd that Elon Musk himself couldn't hold back a laugh when asked about them on live American television.
Have you seen their car?
Today, Musk isn't laughing anymore. BYD sells more electric cars than anyone on the planet. How did a small battery workshop bring the entire
Well, that's the trick. They're not actually selling more cars than anyone on the planet.
car industry to its knees in less than a decade? What's their secret weapon? And why is nobody talking about what's really happening behind the curtain? Because BYD didn't rise out of nowhere just like that. There's a lot more to this story. That's exactly why I created this channel, to talk about things people get wrong because they never set foot in Asia. I've been running businesses here for 26 years. I think what's happening from the inside. So, if you want, the mistake most people make is to think this is a story about Chinese brands winning in China. That will already be bad news for Mercedes and Volkswagen, but it will still leave them their home turf. The reality is much worse. BYD and the other Chinese car makers aren't just dominating Beijing and Shanghai. They're planting their flag on every continent at the same time, and nobody seems able to stop them.
Dodo $92. Well, this is going to be retarded.
Great strength will also bring about a day, 70 years in waiting. It's called A New Dawn for Cuba.
A new dawn for Cuba, wouldn't that be nice? Not what I've heard him say before, which is we want to go in militarily and take over Cuba and do whatever he wants with it. No, a new dawn for Cuba.
I don't know why it would be a problem for the U.S. to take over Cuba. It's not like Cuba's doing too well.
Cuba would be lifting the goddamn blockade. It would be allowing the Cubans to have normal trade relations with the U.S. That would be a new dawn.
They're a hostile communist nation.
We're going to help them out with Cuba. We have a lot of great Cuban Americans. Not too many people in this audience, I don't think, but you go to Miami, we have people, Cuban Americans.
Well, the problem is right there. The Cuban Americans in Miami that he's been talking to. You know, they're just a small elite, a tiny group of Cuban Americans that might have lost property back in 1960. But there are so many Cuban Americans who actually care about their families in Cuba.
Yeah, and they wish they could leave Cuba and immigrate to the States. They all fled. They literally flee the country on banana boats and land in Miami.
And they want to be able to send remittances back to their families, which is difficult to do now. They want to be able to go visit their families, have businesses with their families, which they can't do now because of U.S. policy, not because of Cuban policy.
People that were brutally treated, whose families were killed and brutalized, and now watch what happens.
So he's talking about families that were brutalized. What about all the families who've been brutalized every year since the U.S. has imposed this blockade?
So we're just going to ignore that the Cuban government murders political dissidents.
What about all the families that are brutalized now when there's a naval blockade that is keeping oil from getting to the...
So she's in favor of a fascist government that murders political dissidents.
Island. That is brutalizing 10 million.
By the way, the punishment for smoking weed in Cuba is death. They give the death penalty for marijuana use. We're gonna ignore all this and but Trump isn't allowing them to have oil. Like, fuck these people.
Million people, and the most vulnerable people, like the little babies that are in incubators that are at risk of dying when the
Once again, what do these SJWs like Cody Pink have against the idea of a united planet of Earth?
Well, they're commie fascists, so that's the problem. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
lights go off. People are being brutalized because they can't get medicine in Cuba today. People are
Yeah, and if the communist government went away, they'd be able to get medication.
being brutalized because the farmers don't have gasoline for their tractors, or they don't have trucks to take
Yeah, that's the idea. Basically starve the government so that they can't do anything, and then the U.S. can invade.
the food to market. That is being brutalized. So if you want a new dawn for Cuba, President Trump, leave Cuba alone.
We the United States has kind of been doing that, and they're still run by fascist commies, so fucking retarded. Sleepy, you don't need $2.
I think for guys, having sparse tattoos like the one I have, especially on like the arms or the upper body, is actually a negative feminine trait, actually. Think about girls, right? When a girl has like a full sleeve, it looks a little uncanny, right? Because it's too masculine. You're like, dang, you're like, what's up?
No. The big red flag with tattoos is if you have shitty tattoos, and an even bigger red flag is if you have weird, shitty tattoos all over your body that have no consistent theme and don't make any sense. That's the biggest red flag when it comes to tattoos. If I saw some chick who had some full body tattoo, let me just make sure I don't fucking wind up finding porn or something. If I saw a chick with a full body tattoo just tatted the fuck up like this, there's a consistent fucking theme, and it's tasteful, and it makes sense, and it's clearly expensive, and it was thought out and planned. That's not somebody who's insane, erratic, and makes irrational, bizarre decisions based on emotion. That's somebody that has an actual plan and vision for themselves and can spend good money investing in something that's worthwhile. So the big lean beef patty is probably one of the perfect examples of retarded, the dumbass fucking random tattoo she has all over her body that just don't make any fucking sense. She has a tattoo that says this on her fucking knee. I don't know what the fuck that is. There's this weird stupid thing on the side of her stomach. I think she has a tattoo on her arm somewhere and shit. It's just dumb random shit.
Up with you? Are you which way do you swing? You know what I mean? And I think for guys, actually, the full arm sleeve, if you're gonna get it, you might as well fill it out, right? Because it's more masculine. It might add to your SMV at that point. I think for guys,
a lot of chicks are into tattoos. Thanks for the donation, Sleepy. Dodo donated $2. I was curious if Code Pink is so egregious they would support North Korea. So let's see what they say about North Korea. No way. They're claiming deterrence makes nuclear war more likely. Well, there hasn't been a nuclear war, and we've used the strategy of deterrence. So how do they come to this conclusion? Like, the fuck? So they want North Korea to be more well-armed than the U.S. Like, what does that tell you? We know that the past 30 years of sanctions against North Korean military exercises and isolation have failed. I don't know how they failed. What actually works is engagement, diplomacy, and a real commitment to building new, prosperous, and hopeful future. Like, she is defending a fascist totalitarian regime that starves and tortures millions of its own fucking people? Let's make friends with the Nazis. Last month, we spoke to KJ No about possibility of war breaking out on Korean Peninsula. 8 U.S. bombs were accidentally dropped in a residential area 20 miles away from the North Korean border, injuring 15. What? U.S. military occupation of Korea presents not only an enormous obstacle of peace, but an immense risk of war between nuclear power. Yeah, North Korea is a nuclear power. They literally defend North Korea. They're that bad. Like, you can't get any more retarded than this. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Start with Southeast Asia, where the shift has been the most brutal. In Thailand, BYD took 40%.
Breaking news, VG China is in on this Iran war, and the Young Turks are aware
There
of
have
it.
been reports that China was providing Iran with radar systems, possibly weapons. What should our audience know?
So, first of all, I find it very hard to believe that China would be providing North Korea with air defense systems right now. They might have done that before the war, but there's already been at least one occasion, where their air defense systems were completely and utterly useless and just destroyed, which would be the Venezuelan operation. Pretty sure China also helped provide some air defense systems to Russia, which again, haven't done anything for them. So why would China provide Iran with air defense systems that are literally just going to get fucking blown up and are going to be useless anyway? Waste money, and it's not like it's going to help Iran defend against the United States. And if anything, China's going to be pressured to try to resolve the conflict and have the Strait of Hormuz open up, because they're reliant on energy coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. China is extremely energy dependent. So why would they try to prolong the conflict by giving useless air defense systems to fucking Iran that are just going to get defeated and blown up, like, instantly, the moment they're fucking deployed? Like, does this make it, like, I heard a bunch of this bullshit on fucking Twitter. Haven't seen any evidence that they're actually doing this. And it doesn't even make any fucking logical sense.
About the involvement in China in this conflict.
Dodo donate tellers, you missed most of my links from my previous donation before the code pink one. Oh, my bad. We know that the past 30 years of sanctions against North Korea failed. Wait. Oh, before the code pink one. Jill Stein retweeted this.
In Persian Gulf and Oman Sea. This is Iranian Stepan Navy calling you on channel 16. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed. We will open it by the order of our leader Imam Khamenei, not by the tweets of some idiot.
Isn't he, like, literally a vegetable?
If you want to pass through the strait,
So they're trying to hide the fact that he's basically half dead. Yeah, like the guy's dead. He's in a coma.
You must ask permission from Iranian Sepan Navy. All vessels that have a connection with our enemies will be targeted if they try to pass the Strait of Hormuz out. In Persian Gulf.
Well, Jill Stein would retweet that. Chuck Schumer faults Palestinians for not believing the Torah and rejecting colonialism. Notice he doesn't say Hamas, he says Palestinians. Yeah, who voted for Hamas?
The view of Palestinians is simple. Well, the Europeans treated the Jews badly, culminating in the Holocaust, and they gave them our land as compensation. Of course, we say it's our land. The Torah says it. But they don't believe in the Torah.
Not only does the Torah says it, the Quran says it. The Quran literally states Allah gave the land of Israel to the Jews. So this has nothing to do with not recognizing the land of Israel. Like, it's perfectly compatible with their religion. It's just that they also believe in jihad, and they don't like the idea that a territory that was held by Muslims was then taken over by Jews. That's all it is.
Torah. So, that's the reason there is not peace. They invent other reasons, but they do not believe in a Jewish state. And that is why we in America must stand strong with Israel through thick and thin. We must.
Yep. Base Chuck Schumer. Kshama Sawant, running as an independent anti-war socialist for the U.S. Congress against genocidal Democrat Adam Smith. Oh my God. First ever revolutionary socialist. She's just a commie. These people should be in fucking jail. Fucking dumb bitch.
Holocaust, we cannot shut our eyes to a fact ominous and full of foreboding for all of mankind. We must continue to keep our eyes open today.
Democrats were not only silent in the face of the Palestinian Holocaust, there's no Palestinian Holocaust, primarily responsible for arming fascists in Israel. Oh my God, dude. Like, this is why we need to bring back gladiatorial arenas. That's fucking pathetic.
Well, we don't know for certain how they're involved, but I'm guessing that they are providing intelligence, possibly at least, and it wouldn't surprise me some of this military.
Why would they bother providing intelligence? What is that exactly? So you're telling me China wants to prolong the war so that they can be starved of energy? Really?
Flights, which have some of them had their corresponders shut off, which have landed in Iran, also brought some military equipment, especially air defenses, which were exhausted to some extent. So, this is quite possible. And
oh no, useless Chinese air defense systems that are going to get blown up immediately. Oh, what are we going to do?
I think the irony here is that I spoke recently with Joe Kent, and he was making the point that the victory or the successes in Venezuela might have given some hubris for the United States to engage in this military action. It doesn't make any sense because it's two completely different conflicts. But in relation to China, what's interesting is neither the Chinese or the Russians would do much in Venezuela, because it's never a good idea to posture too much in a military manner in the backyard of another great power. But in Iran, this is crucial. Both the Russians and the Chinese see Iran as a very key strategic partner on the Eurasian continent. And if this would collapse, it would destabilize them as well. So neither the Chinese nor the Russians can afford to see Iran being destroyed. So they can play different roles. They can help to mediate, of course, put an end to this war if Trump feels he has, got in too deep. But if the US will continue this war, they will find a way of assisting Iran. And I'm assuming that both the Chinese and the Russians have provided some intelligence and some weapons. And again, the Chinese consider
Russia can't spare anything right now. They can't spare any manpower. They can't spare any equipment. Maybe for 30 minutes a day, they can offer some satellite data, but like that's it. They don't have that many satellites, and they're not going to reposition satellites for Iran. And again, from the Chinese perspective, they need the energy. So why would they try to prolong this conflict?
Themselves to be an ultimate target here. I saw Trump's tweet that the Chinese he's doing this for China, and it's getting.
Do you experiment with any peptides? Which are your favorite? Also, thoughts on BPC 157. I've been thinking about using it to treat my plantar fasciitis. Wild how you could just buy them, they're not illegal.
You could try. BPC works best when you inject it into the area that's causing you problems. So you would have to inject it like into your foot. I don't know what you mean experiment with peptides. I don't just take random fucking drugs and see what they do. So I've used BPC before. I've used TB500. I've used Retta, and I use growth hormone. Those are peptides. And what's my favorite? Growth hormone would be my favorite, but like they all do different things. So it's kind of a weird thing to like, you take different peptides for different reasons. Thanks for the donation though, John.
Weird.
Delusional.
Very delusional. But the point is that Chinese see themselves as being, the target here. They've been launching an economic war against them. Now there's cutting them off from Iranian oil. I think the Chinese buy about 90% of the Iranian oil. And so overall they see themselves as being the target. And I would assume that they do give significant support. But it looks like,
again, why would they prolong this conflict when they know the US is just going to win?
Both Trump and the Chinese have kind of the same, they're happy with this narrative because Trump would like, he can tell his,
Like this guy's just a fat, bloated fucktard.
Percent of the electric vehicle market in 18 months. Mitsubishi shut down its local factory. Mazda cut production by 60%. A region that had been a Japanese stronghold for 40 years flipped in a few years. In Singapore, 1 out.
Whatever happened to your roommate? Not the Isaac boy. The other one that was rather large and rotund with probably even less hair than Isaac. I think they were non-binary or whatever, and they used to always be in a bad mood. What happened to him?
Yeah, thanks for the donation, dude.
Out of every 5 new cars sold last year is a BYD. In Malaysia, BYD became the best-selling electric brand in 2024. Closer to home, the picture is just as ugly. Look at Europe, the place where Western car makers thought they'll be safe. Chinese brands now account for more than 11% of European EV sales, and their share keeps growing every quarter. Renault just posted its first net loss in 5 years and warned that margins will keep shrinking because of Chinese pressure. Stellantis is bleeding in its core market. Even Audi, the untouchable brand of European luxury, is now losing customers in China and losing market share at home in Europe at the same time. Friedrich Merz, the German chancellor, had to fly to Beijing with 30 CEOs behind him, not to sign contract, but to ask Xi Jinping to stop suffocating German industry. 20 years ago, it would have been unthinkable. And there's the place nobody expected. Brazil. BYD took 72% of the Brazilian electric vehicle market in a single year and opened a factory on the side of an old Ford plant the Americans had abandoned. They're doing the same thing in Mexico, in Israel, in Norway, one of the most demanding EV markets in the world, where the BYD tongue landed straight in the top 5 bestsellers on launch. The United States is the only major market where BYD is still blocked, officially for national security reasons. And even there, the Americans know it's a holding pattern. Not a victory, because in every other corner of the planet, the trend is the same. Wherever BYD shows up, the competition starts falling apart, sometimes in months, sometimes in weeks. So, the real question is how? How does a Chinese company most people couldn't name 5 years ago pull off something no Western car makers saw coming? Cheap labor doesn't explain it. Plenty of other Chinese brands had the same advantage and went nowhere. What BYD actually built is the part Mercedes and Toyota should have been studying 10 years ago. And to understand what they built, you need to know who built it. His name is Wang Chuanfu. In 1995, he was a 29-year-old engineer who borrowed $40,000 from his cousin and rented a small workshop in Shenzhen to start making rechargeable batteries. Within 7 years, he was supplying Motorola and Nokia. By 2003, BYD was the biggest battery maker in the world. That same year, Wang did something nobody understood. He took the money and bought a bankrupt state-owned car factory in the middle of nowhere. His own investors tried to stop him. BYD's stock dropped by 2.7 billion Hong Kong dollars in 2 days. The Chinese business press called it a joke. A battery guy working into one of the most capital-intensive industries on the planet. Wang didn't even have a driving license, but his logic was simple. The future of the car, he believed, wasn't the engine, it was the battery. And nobody on Earth knew more about batteries than him. Everyone else was trying to figure out how to electrify a car. Wang was trying to figure out how to build a car around something he already mastered. It would take him 15 years of humiliation before the rest of the world understood what he was actually doing. And during those 15 years, while journalists
I heard your previous roommate is doing quite well. She or he or it got a new black vegan boyfriend who has more money than you, and they are a happy vegan couple and go to veg fests and they move to warm sunny Florida. Meanwhile you're lonely and cold.
Well, that's good. Thanks for the donation, dude.
laughed at his cars, and Musk was mocking him on television. Wang made 3 decisions that would quietly change everything. The first was to refuse to depend on anyone. Tesla buys its batteries from Panasonic. Volkswagen relies on hundreds of outside suppliers for chips, motors, electronics, even the glass. BYD decided to build everything in-house. The batteries, obviously, but also the semiconductors, the motors, the power electronics, the windshields, the headlights, down to the software running inside the dashboard. When the global chip shortage paralyzed the entire auto industry in 2021, BYD just turned up the dial on its own chip factories and kept delivering. When lithium prices exploded, they were already digging their own in Tibet and South America. Every crisis that hurt their competitors made them stronger. The second decision was a bet on the boring option. While Tesla and every Silicon Valley commentator was evangelizing pure electric vehicle, Wang quietly poured resources into plug-in hybrids, cars that run on electricity for daily commutes and switch to gasoline for longer trips. In California, it sounded like a compromise. In most of China, where charging stations were rare outside the big cities, it was the only thing that actually made sense for hundreds of millions of people. By the time BYD was selling more PHEVs than Tesla was selling EVs in total, the Western press was still debating whether hybrids were even a real technology. That compromise gave BYD access to 500 million Chinese consumers Tesla could never touch. And
if that were true, would that make you feel slightly jealous or make you want her back at all? Given how much...
Once they had that volume, the economics of scale did the rest. The third decision was the one that closed the trap. In 2020, BYD released the Blade battery, a different chemistry, lithium iron phosphate, instead of the nickel and cobalt mix everyone else was using. It was cheaper to produce, it didn't catch fire when you drove a nail through it, and it lasted longer. That last part matters more than it sounds. It meant BYD could sell cars at a lower price
BYD cars catch fire all the fucking time.
than Tesla, while claiming a genuine safety advantage. 4 years later, Tesla started buying batteries from BYD for its own cars. Let that sink in. The company Musk laughed at on television is now supplying the batteries inside Teslas. Spoiler alerts, they stopped quickly. But you understand that BYD didn't just build better cars. They built a system that competitors
They're not building better cars.
surely can copy. At least that's the official story. The one you read in every business magazine, every Harvard case study celebrating BYD as the next Toyota. Vertical integration, bold hybrid strategy, breakthrough batteries, amazing. Except it's not the full story, not even close. If you're getting value from this, hit subscribe. This is exactly the kind of story you won't find on CNBC because most people covering Asia have never actually worked here. I have. for 26 years. That's why I created this channel, to share what's really happening in in 2020 alone. BYD received roughly $4.3 billion in direct subsidies from the Chinese state. In 2016, the year they poached their star designer from Audi, the subsidies they collected from Beijing were higher than the company's entire net profit. Listen to that sentence again. Without the Chinese government writing checks, BYD wasn't making money that year. It was losing it. And it wasn't the only year. The help came in every form you can imagine. Free lands for factories, zero interest loans from state-owned banks, tax breaks on R&D, guaranteed public contracts for buses and taxis in hundreds of Chinese cities. Subsidies ended directly to buyers so that every BYD sold in China came pre-discounted by the state. At its peak, analysts estimate BYD was pocketing between $2,000 and $4,000 of public money for every single vehicle rolling off the line. Now, stop for a second and think about what that means for a company like Volkswagen or Toyota. When they decide to price a car, they're competing against a rival whose margin isn't calculated the same way theirs is. BYD can sell below cost for years and still post a profit, because the Chinese state is quietly topping up the difference. That's not a fair market. This is why Mercedes can't just build better cars. It's why Stellantis can't just cut costs harder. The problem isn't that BYD is smarter or faster or more innovative, although there are plenty of those things. The problem is that BYD is part of a national industrial strategy, Made in China 2025. The plan Xi Jinping laid out a decade ago openly named the automotive sector as one of the 10 industries China intended to dominate globally. BYD is the instrument. The country is the player. By the time Western governments finally woke up and started talking about tariffs and investigations, Beijing had already started winding down the most aggressive subsidies. Not because anyone forced them to, because the job was done. The machine was built, the global supply chain was locked in, and the competition was already on its knees. The subsidies served the purpose and then quietly disappeared, leaving Western politicians chasing a problem that had already moved on to its next chapter. Sadly, for BYD, the cracks are starting to show. The first one opened up in early 2025 when a small independent research firm based in Hong Kong called GMT Research published a report that landed like a bomb in the financial press. According to their analysis, BYD's real debt isn't the 42 billion yuan the company officially reports. It's closer to 323 billion, almost 8 times higher.
How the fuck are they in that much debt?
Missing pieces are hidden inside what accountants call supply chain financing, a polite way of saying that BYD pays its suppliers on average 275 days after delivery, 9 months, in an industry where the norm is 50 to 60 days.
Sad news.
So unfortunately today's NLS4 race at the Nürburgring here behind me ended the way that none of us in motorsport want any race to end.
Don't know if I'm familiar with this guy. Oh, I know of him. He's old as shit. Why the fuck is he trying to race on the Nürburgring?
About 25 minutes into the 4-hour race, the red flags came out and we started to hear some rumors of a big crash. And if any of you are familiar with racing at the Nürburgring, you'll know that it takes something quite significant to red flag a race here. And we heard eventually that there'd been a 7-car crash out on the course and that emergency services were dealing with it. Unfortunately, about 3 hours after that happened, about 8 p.m. local time tonight, the media were called into a press conference in the media centre here at the circuit, where tragically the organisers informed us that Finnish driver Johan Medegin had lost his life in the accident that had happened. There were 6 other drivers involved, all of whom have sustained non-life-threatening injuries, which at least is some good news to come from today's tragedy. But a terrible end to events here on the first of 2 days. Tomorrow's second race is still going to go ahead with a moment's silence beforehand. And we...
That is crazy. A guy that fucking old would be racing on the Nürburgring. Like, that's kind of nuts.
We'll see what happens tomorrow. Until then, the race joins the wider motorsport fraternity right now in wishing all the best and deepest condolences to Jora's team, his family and his friends.
Yeah, like when you're that old, you don't have the constitution to withstand like hard crashes and shit. And you're like old, so your reaction time and everything's slower. That's kind of fucked though. Thanks for the donation, Lotta.
Do you yearn for the days when you used to have a big
No. Kid Boo donating $2 rip to one of the goats. Let me see.
Pattern-seeking mammals and primates. If we can't get good evidence, we'll go for junk evidence. If we can't get a real theory, we'll go with a conspiracy theory. You see it all the time. Religion's great strength is that it was the first of our attempts to explain reality, to make those patterns take some kind of form. It deserves credit. It was our first attempt at astronomy, our first attempt at cosmology, in some ways our first attempt at medicine, our first attempt at literature, our first attempt at philosophy. Good. While there was nothing else, it had many functional uses of that kind. Never mind that they didn't know that germs cause disease. Maybe evil spirits cause disease. Maybe disease is a punishment. Never mind that they believed in astrology rather than astronomy. Even Thomas Aquinas believed in astrology. Never mind that they believed in devils. Never mind that things like volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, tidal waves were thought of as punishments, not as natural occurrences on the cooling crust of a planet. We are pattern-seeking mammals and primates.
Whatever. Is he right or wrong?
Young men is fake news. In reality, it's actually women that have become radicalized.
Yeah. They're all becoming fucking communist whack jobs.
It's not men. At the same time we've seen women become a majority in media, HR and universities is the same time we saw the rise of cancel culture. And data's literally proven that women are significantly less tolerant to their political opponents than men are. This is why you never see women try to debate you in politics. All they do is try to socially ostracize you and cancel you. So the system's lying about this idea of male radicalization. It's actually the complete opposite. The radicalized...
Yeah, it's totally true. Women are just becoming communist fucking whack jobs, and it's because it's for a variety of reasons, but like, you know, TikTok, fucking social media, and they just eat it up. They love the communist fascist bullshit. So yeah, it's primarily women that are getting radicalized by nonsense. Thanks for that donation, Kid Boo. No.
Technically, those unpaid invoices are debt, except they don't show up on the balance sheet. BYD is using its own suppliers as an unpaid bank, and the scale of it now rivals what Evergrande was doing in real estate right before the world scene collapse. There's another practice nobody in China talks about openly, but everyone in the industry knows exists. It's called zero-mileage used cars. The mechanism is simple and ugly. At the end of each month, when sales targets are due, BYD dealerships registered thousands of brand new cars in the name of shell companies they control, then immediately resell them on the second-hand market as used 0 kilometers. On paper, those cars count as new car sales. In reality, no real customer ever bought them. They end up parked in giant lots across China, sometimes for months.
It's just fraud.
Images from 2024 show rows of BYDs abandoned in fields, slowly rusting. A salesman in Guangzhou admitted anonymously that at the end of every month, he was told to register 200 or 300 cars under partner companies just to hit the numbers. Which raises an uncomfortable question. When BYD tells the world it sold 4.25 million vehicles last year, how many of those were actually sold to human beings? The quality problems have been piling up in parallel. In September 2024, BYD had to recall nearly 97,000 vehicles over a steering column defect that could cause short circuits and spontaneous fires. The biggest recall in the company's history. Well,
does BYD use electronic steering? Actively developing and implementing. Do they have... Okay, they break by wire.
Nigga, I only was asking if you look forward to pigging out on 10 in vegetarian, vegan cupcakes and donuts and whatever else you all fat pigs used to pig out on when she comes to Canada.
Well, you know, maybe here and there on special occasions and shit. But I've kept my diet more clean. Thanks for the donation, 21st. So right now, it doesn't seem like they have steering by wire. I think that's the stupidest fucking thing. I haven't seen a steer by wire system that's particularly reliable or trustworthy. Rack and pinion just like fucking works, you know. There's nothing to short circuit or malfunction. Doesn't need software updates. Just fucking works. And you actually get a real. It's a real true response back to the steering wheel because it's mechanical. Whereas these drive-by-wire systems, like, it has to simulate it. So I think they're just fucking stupid.
The biggest recall until October 2025, when they had to recall another 115,000 vehicles for another problem. On Chinese social media, complaints about the Sea Lion SUV, radio cutting out after 3 months, GPS showing roads that don't exist, wipers freezing in heavy rain, reached nearly 5,000 official filings in a single week. In Brazil, BYD is being prosecuted by the Labor Ministry for conditions described in court documents as analogous to slavery at its factory construction site in Bahia. 163 Chinese workers, passports confiscated, 14 hours days, no rest days. The case went all the way up to President Lula, and the financials are starting to wobble. Net profit for 2025 dropped by 19%. Global sales in the first month of 2026 fell 41% year on year. Geely, the rival Chinese giant, is starting to eat BYD's lunch at home. The Chinese government itself.
So even when Pat is with you, you don't intend to be eating vegan junk food all the time and becoming fat again? Does that mean you're going to cook for her? Do you anticipate her staying with you for like months on end or just for like a week initially?
Our living situation isn't exactly your business, but you'll find out soon enough. And I intend to stay in good shape, okay? I'm not gonna get fat as shit again. Kind of, like, I did what I had to do to bench the 405 and shit, but, kinda don't want to have to deal with that crap again. I lost 70 fucking pounds in 3 months because I was done. So poop, poop, and more poop. Yeah, this is what we're looking like right now. What's fucking sick is that I haven't actually lost body weight, but I've lost body fat. So with the steroids and growth hormone I'm on and the training and everything, I'm losing body fat, but not actually dropping weight. So I'm putting on muscle about as fast as I'm losing body fat. Getting absolutely fucking yacked. So I'm fucking digging that. The shoulders and traps are just looking crazier and crazier every fucking day. Thanks for the donation though, 21st.
Issued a public warning late last year telling car makers that the price war they engage in isn't sustainable.
Do you all in the comments remember when Richie used to order tons of fattening vegan food, like he'd start a stream and he'd have a huge catering-sized tray of sushi from 10N with fried sweet potato avocado rolls or just deep-fried tofu with broccoli, etc.?
I don't know if I ever... Well, Tenon doesn't really have deep-fried tofu. They had tempura that had broccoli. Their broccoli tempura was so fucking good, man. I find once you're kind of like used to eating a certain way, it's hard to stop. And like, you know, I had like a bunch of shit happening in the winter that kind of made me be like, fuck it, I'll just enjoy some junk. And for the first like week, I was kind of missing some of the junk food. You know, I wanted to kind of eat some potato chips, but now that I'm eating clean and everything, I'm just like dead set on just sticking to the grind set, eating clean. You know, I feel good, look good. Lifts are going up, looking more fucking jacked. And I always remember what's truly important in life. Looking like an absolute fucking machine like Kazuya Mishima from fucking Tekken 8. I always, whenever I'm feeling kind of like, I don't really want to get up, I don't want to like eat my meal and stuff, I always like look at, you know, images like that and it's like, yeah, I fucking need that. I need to look like an absolute fucking killing machine. And then I get up, train, eat the food I need to eat, inject my steroids, and get back on the grind. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Understandable. When Beijing tells its own champions to calm down, you know something is off. None of this means BYD is about to collapse.
My dick shrunk taking Anavar. Anavar does not make your dick shrink. If you were only taking Anavar without testosterone, you might have had a reduction in testosterone, which caused weaker erections, but your dick didn't shrink.
Sorry, yeah, your favorite was fried imitation duck or some shit. You liked that greasy mock meat shit. You used to start a stream and literally every time you had some kind of junk food or pastries like a kid whose parents are careless obese diabetics.
My favorite from them wasn't their imitation duck. Probably their best mock meat is their imitation beef skewers. Those are really good. I think on stream I'd only really ever have the sushi. I think it was usually the unagi avocado rolls, the fried crab, like tempura rolls, sweet potato rolls, stuff like that. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Perhaps tomorrow. The company is still massive, still profitable on paper, still selling more electric cars than anyone on the planet, but the cracks are real and the people point. Whatever you might think about all this, Beijing is already running the same playbook again in half a dozen other industries. If you want to know which industries are next on the list, you don't even have to guess. Beijing published it. It's called China's 15th five-year plan, and it names every sector the country intends to.
Yeah, they're going to go bankrupt. They're already not doing great. They're doing the same thing Russia's doing, where they're not allowing people to withdraw money from their bank accounts, which is not a good sign. So, yeah, that's communism for you. They're just gonna go fucking bankrupt. Watch a true crime documentary. I don't think we're gonna do that tonight. But we'll watch, Frank uploaded a new short. We'll watch that next. Then we'll watch some Mikhaila Peterson shit. I've gotta take a shit. So I'm just gonna go take a shit, and I'll be right back. All right.
The video update.
Oh yeah, Frank.
As a meat company, we have the highest quality product to offer as pet food as well. Not like all of these other companies, by just being a dog food company, they're implying that it's of lesser quality only for animal consumption. What we have is perfectly safe for you to eat, it's just a less desirable cut of the animal. You know, whether it's an organ meat or like a tougher, chewier piece of meat. So
This guy sells shit I have never even heard of anybody eating. And then he's saying it's a less desirable cut of meat. Like, he sells literal garbage that nobody fucking eats. Like feet, tongue, hearts, spleens, like you name it.
let me show you guys the variety of pet foods we have on Frankie's Free Range Meat. And the thing to keep in mind is we have the highest quality and most affordable pet food ever online, delivered to your door. Because any other company, it's either going to be lesser quality or it's going to be more expensive. There's no in between. We have 100% grass-fed and grass-finished raw pet food. Few varieties, but I promise you, anyone else is going to be more expensive because they're either going to have fillers or additives in it, or it's going to be from feedlot beef. So on the left here is our regular pet food, which is just muscle meat. We have a 2-pound option and a bulk 5-pound option. As I stated, these are just muscle meat.
Holy shit. Does that say $26? Like if you have a dog, that'll last a day.
Cuts from less desirable parts of the beef that are a little tougher, little chewier, silver skin, but still super duper high quality grass-fed beef. And you really won't find this for cheaper online than our price.
No.
And then our two special options are organ mix, which is about the same price actually as the regular mix, but it's for some variety in your pet's diet. If you want to add more vitamins, sometimes a higher fat content. And we also have a premium pet food, which is a bit more expensive, which is the same as this, but we add a lot of egg yolks and some goat milk. So it's
pretty sure that's not good.
Pretty much muscle meat, but like 10% egg yolk and 5% goat milk, which adds more vitamins, more minerals, more significantly, the really high healthy fatty acid content from the eggs. And most animals do want leaner cuts of meat, which is...
Carnivorous animals generally eat very low amounts of fat because wild game is very lean.
Why all these other companies are so expensive. Now, if you could just throw a bunch of beef fat and organs and not care about the protein content, it would be a lot cheaper, but we're happy and excited that we can offer the highest quality at the lowest price. It's just a lot of people don't really know that we have this, and if they knew this price...
That is so astronomically expensive.
And what they're getting, they wouldn't be going to these boutique scamming pet food companies that are just ripping people off for...
This is a ripoff. No one could afford to feed their pet this shit. It's just psychotic.
On Dad's health, as well as a much longer portion of information about what he's suffering from, what a lot of people are suffering from, unfortunately, and what my experience with these issues was. These updates are not fun for me. They're really stressful, and I would have updated you guys sooner, but he's still been really sick, and he got worse over the last few months, and I'm 25 weeks pregnant, and I wasn't able to record anything without weeping the whole time until this week, apparently. And it stresses out my whole family to talk about it online, and there's no point in adding stress to an already stressful situation, except that because we're public, Dad in particular, it's also stressful not talking about it because then rumors get started, and then that's all people wonder about. So, here goes. Dad's been suffering from an old neurological injury that's more recently been causing akathisia. Akathisia is the worst thing I've ever seen anyone go through. That sounds dramatic, but it's true. We talked about it in 2020 and 2021 when he experienced it after clonazepam injured him. And I'll explain why it's an injury in a bit.
Emendum dropped his 1,000th video. Oh, fuck. Why is the... There we go. Holy fuck. His videos are over an hour long.
Hey, welcome to the final edition of What the Fuck Happenings Here. But obviously in these kind of subjects, the people going to get it really aren't going to care. That's not going to be that important. Or
why are there all these bizarre photos of him in pink short shorts? Yeah, pink short shorts, pink short shorts, pink short shorts. That looks like a pink Speedo. It's black short shorts, pink short shorts, more short shorts. That might be a Speedo. That's pink short shorts. Why does he wear this?
Important at all. And I suppose that's sort of, so it all seems distant and like it wasn't even like it was a story, and it wasn't accurate. So there's a few of those in my life where I'm really curious. It'd be nice to know what happened to these people. Personal thing, but I can't because people are just such assholes. In terms of any mention
has weird
of
dress sense.
My this concentrating on things that are unpleasant to
Is that him like literally buck naked?
Concentrate on.
Why?
And thinking about things that go would be the wrong word. But anyway,
I have no idea.
Whatever the sex reflecting on who you are and what you are is going to be an inevitable part of that to the traditional view. Nasty reality.
Okay, I don't know how anybody watches that.
I had a very brief experience with akathisia with symptoms that were extremely horrifying, but not as severe as his when I went through antidepressant withdrawal from Lexapro. That was just over 10 years ago. And that experience, like the withdrawal period that was really severe, lasted 2.5 years for me where I was nearly disabled. This was kind of before I had a public thing going on. That's when I...
Do you have a video talking about how to start bodybuilding? Not exactly. What I'd recommend is just start lifting. You're not going to be able to design your own program as a new lifter. So I would just follow a basic lifting program that you can just find online. I always recommend new lifters do starting strength. The reason for that is you learn how to become competent at basic barbell lifts. It's also it's not a ton of work that you have to do. Like, again, you're not going to be able to either physically handle or mentally handle, like 2-hour gym sessions. So it just has you do 3 sets of 5 on some basic compound lifts. You don't spend a ton of time in the gym. It's not super high volume, which you really don't need as a new lifter. I would just say you don't need to do the power cleans. They do have power cleans in the program. You don't need to do those. But that's a good place to start off with, starting strength.
And I just had a blog. I've linked a bunch of papers below about everything I'm going to talk about so that people watching can get scientific background information about what this is, because it's not...
On his Draft Science channel, he was using his literal penis as a thumbnail. Okay, I don't know why he hasn't gotten banned, but that's weird.
Talked about nearly enough for how catastrophic it is. In my opinion, psych med injuries and psych meds as a whole should be considered a national emergency, given 1 in 6 Americans, or possibly more depending on the stat, is on one of these medications, and long-term use appears to cause mitochondrial dysfunction that manifests as a neurological injury. I'll get into more of that in a bit too. Akathisia is a side effect that's way more common than people know, usually caused by psychiatric medications, although other medications can sometimes cause it. And so can sudden cessation from those medications. That's a huge trigger. So like suddenly stopping one of the medications that can also cause it. And sometimes people with Parkinson's can experience it too. It is intolerable discomfort that makes people want to crawl out of their skin. It's a neurological injury, really. A lot of people don't survive it, and there's no quick fix, although I'll go into how we've dealt with it before. Without videotaping me sobbing, and it seems like a bunch of my sadness this week has turned into anger, which is actually at least more enjoyable for me. But without posting a video of me sobbing, I don't know how to describe how bad it is in words, but I'm going to take a stab at it. You guys could look up videos of other people suffering with it if you want to. It's catastrophic. Before I get into it, let me be super clear. Dad has not been on a psych medication since January 2020. This recent flare-up of neurological symptoms wasn't due to new medications. That's partly why we had no idea what was going on for about 6 months. We went to specialists, obviously, and it was misdiagnosed repeatedly, which is super common. Then he got pneumonia and sepsis, and obviously that's a whole thing to recover from too, and dangerous, you know. This year's just been terrible. This recent flare-up that started last August was likely due to the stress of both of his parents, my grandparents, dying last year, moving countries, selling his home, and mold exposures, which was enough to trigger a recurrence of neurological symptoms. Like what he experienced in 2020, 2021, something we obviously didn't think was possible after 5.5 years away from these psych medications. But I've talked to psychiatrists who say they have patients that experience this. This has been unbelievably hard on my family. Every day for the last year has been hell. I haven't been posting podcasts regularly online because until a few days ago, I've cried every single day. My brother's stressed out. My mom is stressed. I mean, it's impacting so many people. And of course, my dad, you know, mom's, thank goodness, such a strong person. And thank God for faith. If it weren't for my dad and our love for him and the strength of our family and how we've been through so many health problems, you almost adapt. Now you don't because it's too awful, but like we have got good communication skills and we're closer if anything now. Otherwise, this would have just crushed us. I've certainly been walking around in a state of panic for almost a year now. Pregnancy hormones definitely don't help that. And then to make matters worse, I don't even want to mention this really because I don't want to give it any attention, but some journalist online reached out to me trying to pin dad's symptoms on stem cell treatments, which is so dumb it's hard to fathom. And I responded, which was stupid. You should just never respond to a journalist. But I was like, hey, I really appreciate you looking into doctors, but like, that's not what's going on with dad. I'm going to talk about what's going on with dad. But it just isn't associated with stem cells. And he ignored me. And anyway, that kind of thing is annoying, obviously. So dad had stem cell IVs over the years a couple times to see if they can help with neurological pins and needles and pain and like sensitivities and things. And I had mentioned in one of my videos that last summer in June, he had a stem cell IV from a specialist. This is a specialist I don't know. He was like hooked up with him from one of his friends, a great specialist, but it's not someone I'm connected to. He stayed in a moldy hotel for that treatment, and that brought back symptoms. It wasn't the stem cell IV. He's had
This doesn't make any fucking sense. Why the fuck would he be staying in a moldy hotel when he's rich? So he's getting like this kind of weird, expensive stem cell therapy thing that's kind of reserved only for wealthy people. And then he stays in some shitty, moldy hotel? Like the story doesn't make any fucking sense.
Hordes of those. And trying to link the stem cell IV in June to sepsis from pneumonia in October is insane. Anyway, sepsis happens within days of an infection. So not only are we dealing with missing my dad, pregnancy for me, taking care of him, and being really sad, but we also have to deal with morons on the internet. So that sucks.
No, you don't. You're choosing to watch videos and read comments. Nobody has to deal with morons on the internet. Unless they're doxing you and showing up at your fucking house or something. But nobody has to deal with morons on the fucking internet unless they want to.
The problem this year likely was that because we didn't know stress and mold exposure, stress really too, could re-trigger old neurological injuries. It was misdiagnosed a bunch, and then medications and supplements that were used by a few of the doctors in hospitals worsened symptoms. Enough that it got to the point where we were like, oh, we know what akathisia is. Oh no. So now that we know what it is and have proper doctors, it can be carefully healed again, like it has before. And it is. So thank God for that. It's just horrifying, and it's so infuriating that these sensitivities, this damage that can cause severe symptoms like this, can last for so long after stopping psych meds and then apparently be re-triggered. People online, this is another thing I'm frustrated about. If I come off as like frustrated in this, I apologize. Like I said, I've probably tried to channel. Oh no. Okay. I was like, I can do this without crying. I probably tried to channel. Wow. Well, I'm not channeling very well right now, but I've been trying to channel my sadness because I've been so sad into anger because I'm tired of being sad. But this like neurological injury, calling it an addiction, is so stupid. Dad doesn't fall into that category. We've made that clear so many times. He quit smoking and drinking when he was 27. He just isn't that. Instead, he falls into the unfortunately common category of people who were prescribed psych meds long term. And it's not like they were prescribed for no reason. Like severe, crippling, life-ruining depression, the kind where you can't get off the couch for 30 years, runs in my family. Oh.
You know what he needed? Fucking testosterone. Testosterone is the most effective antidepressant. It works long term, unlike these stupid antidepressant drugs that people often have to cycle through or go on and off. And testosterone has a bunch of other benefits. It's dopaminergic, so it makes you more motivated and it makes rewarding things feel more rewarding. So it kind of has this snowballing domino effect where it just makes you more productive and like just useful over time. It also improves like sexual function, increases muscle mass, energy, like, whereas antidepressant drugs usually do the exact opposite. So he needed to be on testosterone, not fucking antidepressants. And like, again, he's just a fucking idiot, so he never figured this out.
Okay. It's not the kind of depression you can normally diet and exercise away. Like, people like to say that. They like to look at depressed people and go, why don't you eat better and exercise more? And it's like, I'm in hell. Like, you think that's going to help? Although obviously that was before we knew about only eating meat, which did help. But in a really complicated way. Like, people didn't, who's going to guess that? So it wasn't something you could get rid of from cutting processed foods, for instance. Myself, my dad, my grandpa, my great-grandpa had it. My great-grandpa was left on a doorstep, so I can't imagine he came from a very stable family. Ugh.
What a dork.
Okay, I have a Kleenex now. So where was I? Depression. So when Dad started to be badly impacted by depression in the 90s, and he said he had it since he was a kid. He was impacted enough that he was having a hard time lecturing. He took an SSRI. We were told it was a genetic serotonin problem and antidepressants were basically a vitamin for a serotonin deficiency, which is still what people are told, even though that has been completely
Yeah, that's just nonsense.
debunked. And when I started having symptoms when I was a kid of OCD, suicidal.
So first of all, there's no way to actually determine if somebody is serotonin deficient, and there's nobody even knows how these fucking drugs work. They just know they work. It's just based on randomized trials, but nobody actually understands why they work. So that was just marketing bullshit made up by these drug companies.
Thoughts, extreme anxiety, anger. My psychiatrist, who was assigned to kids with autoimmune disorders, like so many people with autoimmune disorders on psych meds, put me on Celexa at the time, and that was eventually changed to Lexapro. And they helped a lot initially. I thought they saved my life for years, like a life from hellish depression. And so did Dad. 1 out of 5 or 6, like I said, people in the US is on a psychiatric medication. They're not addicts. They don't even know these medications are dependence forming because their doctors say they're not. And the dangers surrounding these medications certainly aren't well known, even now. That's a large part of the reason for this video. I was like, I don't want to talk about it really, but it's happening and it's so bad that people need to know because it's not rare. And dependence forming, to clarify that, it's
I had an energy drink during stream.
different than what people think of when they think of addiction. It means your brain changes to adapt to the medication. So if you pull it out, especially quickly, your brain can't handle it. It's not that you want to take it or enjoy taking it. It could be causing severe side effects. This is what happened with Dad. He started getting akathisia on clonazepam, but pulling it out is impossible and it worsens it. It's a terrible situation. But this was 6 years ago, you know? Anyway, apparently that differentiation between being on a psych med and being an addict is too complicated for most people, or at least for the people complaining on the internet. But I thought it should be addressed anyway. And I'm someone who honestly looks at classic addicts, say heroin, and thinks they must be suffering and it's a complicated issue and I feel bad for them. And there's more to it, in my opinion, than someone who just took drugs and is an addict. I think there's likely physiological issues at play for classic addictions. But Dad's not in that category. So now I guess I can talk about what akathisia felt like to me And when dad recovers, he can talk about his experience if he wants to. For me, and I don't want to like get into details more than that really, because it's too hard on my family. And I don't want to. So my experience with akathisia, for me, it hit for the first time 2 weeks after I stopped Lexapro in 2015. After going on a ketogenic diet that I kind of randomly went on when I went on an elimination diet that just happened to be ketogenic, I cut out almost everything, like meat and vegetables. And that put my depression into remission. My depression went away. I could feel it go away one day, about 3 months into the diet. And I thought, I'm never going to take another pill again. And I stopped everything. That depression, even on the Lexapro, was so debilitating that when I started doing dietary intervention, testing it out and removing things, I focused on my arthritis, which was crippling. I had joints replaced from it because I thought that was the easier thing to fix.
This whole story doesn't make any sense. She had arthritis. She got her joints replaced, so they're completely resurfaced. And then she's claiming she was still getting joint pain, but meat healed it. How the fuck would meat heal joint pain when your joints are already resurfaced? It just makes no sense.
And that there was no way dietary intervention was going to touch something as severe as that depression that runs in my family. That's how you know the Lexapro wasn't fixing the depression. Because I felt the depression go away on the ketogenic paleo diet I was on, kind of like meat and vegetables and a bit of fruit, while on Lexapro. So I stopped Lexapro over a 2-week period, which is basically cold turkey, which was crazy after taking it for 11 years. But this was 2015, and even now doctors will wean people down in 2 to 4 weeks. If you have a doctor that suggests you wean down off of a long-term psych med in 2 to 4 weeks, run. That can literally give people neurological injuries. And that's what happened to my family from pulling the medication out too fast. Although we were getting injured on the medication too. People need to hyperbolic taper, and I have links below to it, which is roughly a 10% reduction over every new dose. So if you go from 20 milligrams to 18 milligrams, then the next reduction is smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And sometimes that takes years. And sometimes people still like.
How could that take years? It's a 10% reduction each dose.
Can't do it. So I developed insane sensitivities to food, light, sound, stress, smells, chemicals, vitamins, supplements. Like my body freaked out. This is why I eventually started only eating meat. That wasn't for fun. It was because I was insane. And getting to the meat diet took me 2 years to figure out. And I suffered quite a bit, even on the paleo and ketogenic diet during that 2.5 year period. So the akathisia and the bad psych med injury symptoms felt like I was overwhelmed with a sense of impending doom that was stronger than anything you can naturally feel. And I know that because, for instance, last summer I was in the hospital with my newborn, and we thought she was going to die. And that was the worst thing I've ever experienced. But the stress response I experienced during antidepressant withdrawal was almost hallucinogenic. Like it wasn't a natural stress response. That's, I guess, the best way I can describe it. It felt like I was falling into a volcano while being chased by a bear. Like I had the physical sensation sometimes that I was falling. And there were days when the only thing that felt soothing was wrapping my arms around me. This was like more of the akathisia symptoms, and rocking back and forth to try to calm down, or stamping my feet, or like shaking my hands. It felt like severe restless legs.
How about you just go for a run or ride a bike or lift some fucking weights? Like these people like are just like it's like they say they're not addicted to stuff, but then they have these like weird comfort pleasure seeking behaviors where they'll never do anything productive and they'll just go to like some safe space. $2, what an idiot. Let me see.
You're telling me you think it's a good idea to like waste endless amounts of time doing cardio rather than just like take a GLP-1?
Well, I don't want to inject myself with stuff. Because cardio actually makes you feel good besides just like losing weight. Like it makes you
it makes you feel good?
Yeah.
Dude, am I being
It does.
trolled?
It literally makes you.
Clavicular is very lazy, and yeah, that's kind of why he looks like a skinny, malnourished twink.
Motivated, it makes you like happy. It does.
Wait, how could
What's happening
How
right
could
here?
literal energy expenditure make you feel good? Like,
This guy is so fucking lazy, it's insane.
like that is gonna make you feel bad?
Bruh. Holy fuck. Some people like just need to fucking lift and exercise, bro. Thanks for the donation too.
But also in my arms and body. Everything I saw was pixelated. I couldn't see color properly. I felt like I was in the upside down in the show Stranger Things. I couldn't listen to music. Music hurt my ears. There were days I couldn't watch TV even. I couldn't lay in bed and watch TV. I just had to lay in a dark room and try to not panic. There wasn't a comfortable position I could get into. Light hurt my eyes, sound hurt my ears. My sense of smell was heightened. I sprouted full-on allergies to things I'd never been allergic to. At the time, I was so unaware that stopping Lexapro could cause these symptoms that I thought it was my autoimmune disorder somehow, or sudden extreme food sensitivities because I had limited my diet to a paleo keto diet, which obviously doesn't make any sense. You don't cut things out and then when you reintroduce them, you hallucinate. Like, that's not a thing that happens. The main thing that flared up my neurological injury were foods and preservatives.
Like, they don't know any of this. Like, I think they're hypochondriacs, and they just think any little sensation they get is, you know, some horrible disaster. And then they freak out. Like, here's the thing. Whenever there's something that's, like, affecting your mind, like, you know, you feel angry or sad or nervous or whatever, like, if it's in your head, it's in your head, right? So, like, all you have to do is just not think about it, not care, like, distract your attention. Like, if it's in your head, it's in your head. So, these people have never learned any strategies with emotional control, learning how to actually calm themselves down, distract their attention away from things, and they just hyperfixate and then just get super fucking paranoid and anxious, and then they just make everything fucking worse.
Preservatives in foods. And then for Dad, his symptoms when they got really bad years ago and more recently were more severe than that. We're not on an all meat diet for fun. We're on an all meat diet because we've been left with extremely long lasting sensitivities and
You're on an all meat diet because you're a fucking retard.
Neurological injuries from these medications. And Dad's more sensitive than me. Maybe because he was older or on SSRIs longer, and because of the clonazepam for sure. So that's a brief description of my experience with akathisia and psych med withdrawal. It lasted 2.5 years for me, and it only started to go away when I switched from the paleo, dairy-free keto
You could say they're not emotionally intelligent. No, I'd say they're just unintelligent.
diet to only eating meat. So in the middle of that antidepressant withdrawal years ago now, after a period of not sleeping from a reaction to a preservative called sodium metabisulfite, Dad was prescribed clonazepam. And most of you guys know this. He didn't take it for fun. He took it because he hadn't slept in like 3 weeks. And I know that's true because I had we both ate the same thing that had sodium metabisulfite in it. And I had a similar response, but very horrifying, less severe though, where I threw up and then I didn't sleep well.
Here we fucking go. Oh, I ate something that had a preservative. I didn't know the slice of bread that I ate had a preservative in it. That's why I can't sleep. Oh my God, I'm throwing up. I need medication. Like, get over yourself. Holy fuck.
Well, for about 3 weeks, and it was horrible, horrible. He was pale, near anaphylaxis, couldn't really breathe. That was one of those weird allergies that popped up that neither of us had before stopping medication. I didn't have food allergies before stopping those meds. Neither did he. Insomnia so severe you do not sleep can be part of having a psych med-induced neurological injury. Glutamate skyrockets when GABA systems are damaged because GABA is what counteracts glutamate. And we don't really understand a lot of what's happening, but severe insomnia is discussed a lot amongst.
She must have asked ChatGPT some of the shit and then just came up with like some fucking dumb ideas. You can't sleep because you're an overly neurotic fuckwit who like just keeps fixating on like stupid nonsense, and you get yourself anxious to a point where you can't fucking sleep. Just like fucking flick your bean and like just like nod off.
People with psych med injuries. I had a hard time sleeping for years. Even after my antidepressant withdrawal, neurological injury went away with the lion diet. I still have a hard time sleeping. Like, that's still my probably most sensitive area, although it's manageable. I'm fine. But I use white noise, a cold room, an eye mask, earplugs. Something's still off. And I'm sure it's from the lingering damage SSRIs did. Dad's doctor prescribing him clonazepam for insomnia due to the undiagnosed SSRI withdrawal, or more aptly described as neurological injury, injured him further. And that's how he ended up with full-blown akathisia for about 2 years after realizing the clonazepam was causing issues, after his doctor raised the dose of clonazepam when my mom was diagnosed with cancer and given 8 months to live. All this stuff sounds crazy dramatic, but over the last 6 years, I've talked to hundreds and read thousands of stories of people who experience injuries from psych medications that sound like that. And these aren't out of the ordinary for those people. I wouldn't go into all this detail, except I really do want you guys to understand that as horrible as this is, what's worse is this isn't rare. People who get injured by these don't have a voice, really. They're too sick to have a voice. But I've talked to and been sent stories from thousands of people that are stuck in this hell. SSRI prescriptions and benzodiazepine prescriptions long-term are super common. And the majority of people who take them, especially long-term, have withdrawal or neurological injury from them. It's almost always misdiagnosed as recurrence of their symptoms because doctors will use the same words to describe it. And then these poor people end up on 2 or 3 more medications to stabilize their worsening mental illness when it's really neurological damage from the medications themselves. Most psychiatrists are completely inequipped to handle this. They don't even know about this. They certainly aren't taught about this in medical school. Most people don't know it exists. When it happens in families, like a lot of the time, these people are outcast because people can't understand why they're acting the way they're acting. And I'll be the first to say, when I first took a Celexa, it felt like it worked. I felt my shoulders drop. I felt like I could breathe again deeply. I stopped panicking. I stopped having suicidal thoughts, and my OCD disappeared. That was when I was 11, but I remember it vividly. And I remember how I felt like before I started taking them. But by the time I was 13, I was certainly still depressed. I stayed on them because I thought, oh my gosh, if this is how I feel with medication, imagine how bad it is without it. But what ended up happening is I got more and more mentally ill over the years, was diagnosed with bipolar type 2, had a seizure from Wellbutrin when that was added in, suffered from severe restless legs that was really intolerable, that I thought was part of having an autoimmune disorder or something. I didn't know it was.
I was on Wellbutrin for a while. Is that the antipsychotic? Antidepressant, bupropion, NDRI. I don't know if... can you get fucking... Can you get a seizure from Wellbutrin? I've never heard of that. Common side effects include insomnia, dry mouth, headache, weight loss. I was on that for a while.
Was associated with SSRIs, and I just ended up getting worse and worse and worse. I just always thought I would be even worse without the medications. That wasn't true. What I needed to focus on was mitochondrial health, really. So I'm going to get into that now. Mitochondrial dysfunction is like ketogenic research. In 5 years, it's going to be mainstream. Like ketogenic therapies are moving into the mainstream, thank goodness. There's mounting evidence that dementia, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, long COVID, and those weird chronic diseases that people get that are hard to treat and kind of fringe, but most definitely exist, like chronic fatigue, Lyme, POTS, MCAS, like those kind of things. That
I heard you say you can't upload videos on YouTube cause they're too restrictive. Have you experimented with other platforms for uploading? Rumble, Kick?
Is Kick strictly a streaming platform, or are you allowed to upload videos? I thought it was strictly streaming. I can upload videos to YouTube. It's just, I've had such a long history of getting videos demonetized and shit. I am going to start uploading to YouTube. I'm going to make some videos very soon, probably starting the day after tomorrow. Thanks for the donation, though, Richard.
That have this large array of seemingly unrelated symptoms that include things like chronic fatigue, depression, brain fog, anxiety, chronic pain, lightheadedness, weird chemical and food sensitivities are due to mitochondrial dysfunction, because that impacts your whole body and your brain. 10% of us by weight are mitochondria. So when I talk about neurological injuries, what I'm talking about is mitochondrial dysfunction that manifests like a neurological injury. This is pretty cutting edge research, and I've linked papers below so people can read more about it. In the previous kind of announcement videos, I talked about how whatever was going on with Dad had been diagnosed as SIRS. That's still true. He definitely has SIRS. Otherwise, the mold exposures he experienced wouldn't have caused neurological symptoms. That's chronic inflammatory response syndrome, and is almost like mold-induced illness. I think that the genetic predisposition to mold illness is likely what caused the severe mental illness that ran in my family that was then treated with medication. I talked about how
Mold exposure caused her family's mental illness for several generations. What a fucking dumb, like, just... Again, hypochondriac.
how it felt spiritual, and it does. It's been hellish. I know, like, other people going through really stressful periods with sick families, like, know what those periods of time are like, and like, it's hellish. My daughter last summer was hospitalized the same day as my dad. That seems odd. There's a biological basis for what's going on with Dad, and we finally know what it is, but I do think there's a spiritual element, or is. I'd also say if mentally ill, desperate people are given medication that's supposed to ease their suffering that ends up nearly killing them when they stop, or even while they're on it, and then they can't stop, I would say that's evil.
You know, I will agree with her on one specific issue. Doctors are fucking retards, and no one can ruin your health as well as a doctor can. They have no fucking clue what they're doing when it comes to things like some weird chronic issues. So if you come in with a broken leg, they can fix your broken leg, no problem. If you have high blood pressure, they can give you blood pressure meds, fix that, no problem. High cholesterol, they can fix that, no problem. if you come in saying that you have like weird fucking digestive symptoms, or you like, I don't know, you have some weird sensitivity to certain things and it's giving you like fucking headaches or something, they have no fucking idea how to fucking help you, and they oftentimes end up barking up the wrong tree. They'll just make a bunch of like assumptions that are based off like false premises or something, and then give you medications that aren't ideal to even treat it or make it worse. And then like they'll just continually fuck you up more and more and more. So I'll agree with, I agree with her on that doctors are often completely unequipped to deal with a lot of these issues.
Have you guys heard of post-SSRI sexual dysfunction? It's way more common than people realize too. And podcasters are starting to talk about it, which is good. But it causes seemingly permanent genital numbness and anhedonia, so emotional numbness. It makes people suicidal.
I've never heard of prolonged, indefinite sexual dysfunction from SSRIs. I definitely noticed while I was on them, I had reduced penile sensitivity, which made it even more difficult to come. And I'm not particularly sensitive to begin with, and that made it really, really fucking difficult to come. But once I stopped, it went away. It did get better after I was on the medication for a while. The most pronounced effect was when I first started taking it. And it got a little better after a while, but I did notice that it did reduce sensitivity.
Suicidal because they can't feel anything. And that can happen from short-term use to some people of these medications. Finasteride is one of them, SSRIs, any medication that can cause things like that, akathisia, PSSD, that level of suffering is evil, I think. I do think our family has been attacked spiritually because I cannot understand the level of suffering that I've been through, let alone my dad's been through.
Yes, ghosts are attacking you.
And my whole family, without it making more sense through a spiritual lens. Oh, thank God I'm a Christian. Anyway, away from the spiritual part. So the association between CIRS, chronic inflammatory response syndrome, or basically mold-induced illness, ketogenic diets, like the carnivore diet, and psych med-induced neurological injury.
Carnivore diet is not a ketogenic diet.
How do they connect together? Mitochondria. Mold causes mitochondria to hibernate, to protect themselves and shut down, which causes this weird array of symptoms I talked about. Psych meds cause mitochondrial dysfunction. I've linked the papers that manifest as a neurological injury. And a ketogenic diet gives mitochondria an alternate fuel that helps them heal and helps them work, which is why it's so massively useful and why we're just eating meat.
Oh boy. A bunch of silly, stupid, nonsensical horseshit. What's funny is saturated fat causes mitochondrial dysfunction. That's a well-established fact that a lot of researchers think plays a role in the development of type 2 diabetes. So she's recommending a diet that's high in saturated fat that causes mitochondrial dysfunction, and then she's saying the carnivore diet helps mitochondrial dysfunction.
I'm going to put this video out. People are going to tell me I'm reaching, but this is now well-established research. Mitochondrial dysfunction research is blowing up right now. I'm going to talk about it more on my podcast.
Saturated fatty acid-induced insulin resistance is associated with mitochondrial dysfunction in skeletal muscle cells. Increased plasma levels of free fatty acids, current states of insulin resistance such as obesity, type 2 diabetes. These high levels of plasma FFAs are proposed to play an important role for the development of insulin resistance, blah, blah, blah. C2, whatever, myotubules treated with saturated palmitic and steric, and yeah, blah, blah. So basically, they just exposed muscle cells to saturated fat, and guess what? It caused mitochondrial dysfunction. So she's recommending a diet that's high in saturated fat, and then she says her problems are related to mitochondrial dysfunction, but her diet would be expected to cause mitochondrial dysfunction.
Because it's promising. It's really promising. And understanding what's wrong is really the only way to figure out health problems. Like I said, there are papers linked below, so you don't have to just take my word for it. And I would have made this video shorter, but I wanted to address everything I could. In a fit of frustration and anger at this situation and how unfair it is, I put a website together that I linked below called prescribed-harm.com, which goes into the research about psychiatric medications and what they're doing to people. And if you're watching this video and have been injured by these medications, you can write your story on that website too, and I'll post it. Or maybe that website will be useful to explain to family members what's going on, or doctors who don't usually know what's going on, or leave a comment below to show people this isn't uncommon. These injured people are so hurt, like I said, that they can't usually have their story told because they're just trying to survive. And they're basically disabled and traumatized and gaslit and misdiagnosed. I'm going to be jumping up and down for a while, probably until this is dealt with properly, about the dangers these medications produce, until things are changed, or at least until it's common knowledge that people need to be aware of this before they start the medication. Pharmaceutical companies rename these neurological injuries and psych med side effects and use language to hide the symptoms. Like, they don't differentiate between recurrence and withdrawal. And especially because these psych medications cause mitochondrial dysfunction long term, now that we know it's a neurological injury.
Okay. Well, that was a lot of dumb.
In November 2024, a man in Kentucky presented to the emergency room with leg weakness and pain. This was his third time in the hospital in 4 days, and this time he was agitated and he was foaming at the mouth. Doctors spent days trying to figure out what was wrong. He was transferred to a hospital in Ohio, and they did find something. The brain and the spinal cord are protected and cushioned by the cerebrospinal fluid, CSF. When doctors stick a needle into his back to collect the CSF and test it in a lab, they found that he tested positive for toxoplasma. This is a parasitic disease one can get from animals such as cats, and this could explain his neuropsychiatric symptoms. And he had a bulging lumbar disc, and that could be pinching a nerve, causing his leg weakness. But as days passed in the hospital, this man started having nonstop seizures. His brain was swelling in his skull. Doctors contacted the Kentucky Department for Public Health, the Ohio Department of Health, and the CDC for help. They sent samples from the patient to test, and all three independently found out this man had rabies. When they sequenced the genome, they found the rabies virus was consistent with the known strain found in dogs in Haiti, which is where this man was from. He had arrived in Kentucky to be with family 7 months earlier. He had a job at a warehouse, but sometime before he had left Haiti, he came into contact with a rabid dog. The dog's saliva made contact with some broken skin of his and got into his body. And the virus had been replicating in his body and migrating towards his brain. Usually this illness happens within around 3 months of the first contact, so his was a little bit longer than normal, but the rabies confirmation arrived after this man passed away in the hospital, 40 days after symptom onset. One reason why it took so long to figure rabies is because it's so rare in the United States. It's not the first thing that we're thinking of in the hospital, although this particular case did kind of take a while for this man, and it was considered at various points just they didn't go through and test it. But he wasn't known to have had contact with animals when he was in the United States. That maybe should have kicked off something to someone, given the fact that this man had toxoplasma too. The point of this case is to underscore how valuable public health consultation can be if rabies is considered early. We have these resources available, you just need to reach out.
Rabies is a weird disease. Male enhancement supplement accident.
In 2019, a 57-year-old man presented to the emergency room sweaty and agitated. His wife thought he was just hungry. When he ate lunch, he stopped sweating, and he was happy. But 3 hours later, he'd start sweating again, and he got angry for no reason. 12 hours later, he was confused before his wife found him knocked out on the bathroom floor, face down. A blood test found that this man had hypoglycemia. Hypo meaning low, glyce from glucose referring to sugar, and emia meaning presence in blood. Low sugar presence in blood. This causes symptoms like agitation and confusion because sugar isn't getting to the brain. This man didn't have any diseases that would cause hypoglycemia, and the body has mechanisms to prevent blood sugar from becoming this low. Doctors infuse sugar directly into his veins, and very quickly he snaps back into consciousness. He told doctors that he couldn't get his erectile dysfunction medicine refill because of his insurance. So he bought male enhancement pills at the gas station to make up for it. He took 1 pill a night for 3 nights, and doctors immediately knew what happened. 10 years earlier in 2009, a batch of diabetes medicine was mistaken for erectile dysfunction medicine. And given that male enhancement pills continuously get warned by the FDA for being adulterated with erectile dysfunction medicine, it looks like those gas station pills that this man took was actually filled with diabetes.
Why the fuck would they be diabetes medicine?
Medicine mistaken by the manufacturer as erectile dysfunction medicine. This man gave doctors his pills to test, but very quickly, state and federal agents were involved because 16 men in the same city presented to the emergency room with hypoglycemia, and they all took this exact same pill. And the laboratory confirmed they all contain the diabetes medicine glyburide, which is the same medicine that was in the counterfeit erectile dysfunction medicine 10 years earlier. So this isn't the first time that it's happened, and unfortunately, it probably won't be the last.
That is bizarre. Why would they have these shitty, stupid male enhancement pills? Why would they have diabetes medicine in them?
In 2023, a 15-year-old boy presented to the emergency room with nyctalopia. Nyct derived from Greek meaning night. Al abbreviated from a Greek word meaning blindness, and opia meaning a visual disorder. Night blindness, but actually, he couldn't see from both eyes in daylight, too. 6 weeks earlier, he'd wake up every morning and everything was dark. His parents brought him to an eye doctor, but they didn't find anything wrong. And every morning, things just kept getting worse. One time when he was a few years old, his dad gave him 1 chicken nugget, and it was over. His dad would try to give him different food, but the boy wasn't having it. Chicken nuggets became the only thing that he'd eat, and it devolved into the kind of situation where he'd eat at least 75 nuggets every day, and he did this for years. But over time, something was wrong. The boy started having trouble seeing. He'd walk into walls so hard that it would knock him down to the ground. He'd wake up screaming in the morning because he knew it was sunny and bright outside, but his field of view was completely dark. When doctors examined him, they didn't find anything wrong. His immune system wasn't overreacting. He didn't have any genetic abnormalities. They did a scan of his brain and didn't find anything wrong there. But a blood test showed that his blood took a little bit longer than normal to clot, but nothing really that bad. This is something that could be caused by a nutritional deficiency, though. And so, given the absence of any other abnormality, doctors tested it to see if he had any deficiencies, and they found.
You know, they probably wouldn't have had to do all these tests if he just said, I eat nothing but chicken nuggets. Like, oh my God, how many hundreds of dollars, if not thousands, did they spend on fucking medical tests when he could have just said, yeah, I eat 75 chicken nuggets a day. You think that might have anything to do with me going blind?
Found where all of his problems were from. Chicken nuggets aren't nutritionally complete. No single food is. It's missing multiple vitamins, most notably vitamin A, part of which emerges from beta carotene. And you may have heard that meme that carrots help improve your vision in the dark because it contains beta carotene. And with this deficiency, it can result in.
All he needed to do was take a fucking, like, multivitamin. What fucking parents don't give their kids a multivitamin? Like, you know. I had Flintstones vitamins when I was a kid.
Nyctalopia. The chicken nuggets this boy was exclusively eating didn't have vitamin A. And given that the body doesn't make vitamin A on its own, and that he was 15 going through puberty and growing very fast, this micronutrient deficiency can result in permanent damage. And despite giving him vitamins and him finally eating different foods, that damage was done. His vision didn't improve. He was deemed legally blind and registered with the state. In
I mean, like, this is what stupid people do. This is why we need eugenics.
2021, a 14-year-old boy presented to the emergency room disoriented. His mom, Karen, tells the admitting nurse that she found him face down on the living room floor. This boy didn't have a good relationship with his mom. He would scream at video games, and it would make her mad. He would slam doors, stomp his feet, and he'd go to the bathroom on the floor. Karen came across gummy melatonins. One evening, when she had trouble dealing with the noise, she emptied a whole bottle into a bag of gummy candies. She gave a second thought to this. She felt bad and decided to remove the melatonins. But because they looked so similar, she mistakenly picked out all the candy instead and left the melatonins in. And one day, when the boy was playing games and eating candy, he finished the entire bag, all 180 gummy melatonins. He started feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Karen was happy that her son was quieter than normal. She just couldn't remember what it was like to finally have some peace and quiet around the house. But she didn't realize that he ate all 180 gummy melatonins until she looked at the candy bag and found it empty. As she finds her son knocked out on the floor, she panics, knowing that all of this is her fault, and she calls for 911, and he's brought to the emergency room. Doctors find that this boy was somnolent. This makes sense because melatonin is a hormone released in the brain in response to an absence of light. It signals to the body's biological clock, being one of the brain's chemicals involved in sleep. This is one of the things where it'll circulate around and throw things off balance, but the body appears to have a limit on how much it can interact with massive excess of melatonin, except in a few cases. One thing it's been seen to do in children, although pretty rare, is to make their breathing life-threateningly shallow. CDC has reported that pediatric melatonin ingestions resulting in emergency room visits have skyrocketed since 2012, and they've stayed high ever since. 2 patients out of more than 250,000 recorded cases died. One was associated with intentional medication misuse. One was unknown, but for sure they did in fact ingest a large amount of melatonin. In adults, if you use too much melatonin all the time, depending on you, it might work great at first. And if you need to change it afterwards, don't be surprised because your body responds to it over time. But don't put your kids at risk. Keep it separated and out of reach for them. If they don't need it, don't give it to them. And the boy was watched in the hospital, and he eventually woke up, maybe a little bit groggy, but he was able to make.
Weird. It's funny how, like, stupid people do all this shit.
Some of this chicken looks more like a chemistry project than a...
Oh, wow. Okay, this guy's a retard. We're not watching this video. How do you fuck that up? You have, like, an audio channel going to one ear? How the fuck do you fuck that up? It's fucking retarded.
Johnny Somali's detention time in Korea may double as his victim, Bong Bong, is ready to drop an appeal. We're going to get into that today on The Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney. This is a Fast Facts video, the quick and dirty version of the latest in legal news. So, as you guys know, Johnny Somali Ramzi Khalid Ismail, the Cabbage Boy, was found guilty on all charges in Seoul, South Korea, and sentenced to 6 months in prison with labor. He also received an additional 20 days of detention on top of that, and he has 5 years of offender status and also had his phones permanently confiscated. Now, we have been calling for and pushing for an appeal, and the prosecution has 7 days from that verdict, from that sentencing, to actually pursue an appeal and ask for a longer sentence. There's now 5 days remaining, and we have some big news as we come towards and up to that deadline. But before I get into that news, make sure you guys have got your cabbage plushies. They are still available now. You can get them at the link in the description and the link in the pinned comments. They are super soft, super cute, and they absolutely enrage Cabbage Boy, Ramzi Khalid Ismail, Johnny Somali. So get your cabbages now. All right. So Somali's victim, Bong Bong, is indeed the one that is turning the tables on him. And for those that don't know, Bong Bong, who she goes by Bong Bong IRL, is a streamer, and she's one of the streamers that interacted with Johnny Somali when he was first in Korea. And that was a point at which we didn't know how Johnny Somali was going to go, what type of content he was going to make, because Johnny Somali oscillates. He goes between making wildly offensive content to actually making pretty tame, chill content. So there's points at which in Johnny Somali's career where he actually tried to be a normal human being and tried to actually make kind of okay, all right, just perfectly fine, non-offensive IRL content. And there was a point at which when he interacted with Bong Bong IRL, they made pretty decent content. There was nothing crazy or offensive about it. But the problem is that he took scenes like this, scenes where they were just together hanging out, and transformed them into sexual deepfakes. He did this with multiple footage and scenes with her and showed those on his live streams. And we have one example here where he claims she is his girlfriend.
Look at this. Let me show you my girlfriend. You want to see my girlfriend? Look at this.
I have a Korean girlfriend. I don't know why you guys want to attack me. Even I have a Korean girlfriend. She's a streamer. Bong Bong IRL, this is my girlfriend. I have a girlfriend, this is my girlfriend. Bong Bong IRL. I have a Korean girlfriend. Why are you attacking me?
And this,
You know, I'm surprised nobody like just took a baseball bat and broke this guy's fucking legs. He's just so fucking irritating. Like such a genuinely irritating, annoying person. His face, his voice, the way he talks, the way he moves, the way he acts, just nothing about him is in any way redeemable. Just the most irritating fucking person. It's like a fly buzzing around your face that you wish you could just like light on fire. He's lucky he didn't get like fucking beaten to death.
This is a massive problem because, first of all, after this, he goes on after this and shows these deepfakes where they're making out, where they're kissing, etc. And he plays those for everybody and represents that. And it's a time at which he was attacking the Comfort Woman statue, which represented underage children in Korea. So at a time in which he was assaulting this, he was making moves that were provocative, vile, and knowingly, by the way, he knew that that statue represented underage children, and he went up and did thanks to it, made references to Diddy, Epstein, etc. All of those things, poured baby oil on the statue. He was doing that and then using Bong Bong as a shield. So Bong Bong was getting a lot of hate, a lot of vitriol, a lot of stuff directed at her based on her association with Johnny Somali. So she got an insane amount of hate, pushback, and all this other stuff from Koreans because she was a Korean that was associating with Johnny Somali. And that was absolutely horrible. It was a hell for her, and she never wanted to go through that again. So what she did was she filed a deepfake charge against him, and that indeed was one that he was convicted on. There were two separate deepfake charges, and one of which, as you see here, was Bong Bong, and Bong Bong indeed got that conviction.
What do you mean you're going to do videos starting the day after tomorrow? Hopefully not some boring ass vlog where you show the blueberries and microwaved sweet potato you eat for lunch and then how you drove 30 minutes on the lime green bike to Walmart.
No, it's not going to be vlogs. I will have some vlogs coming out, but it's not, I don't have vlogs planned for like, the next week. Thanks for the donation though, 21st.
Diction. Now, one thing is, people were saying, okay, well, how does she feel about this? Well, you can see kind of when she went to court how she presented, because we have this this response here, and this is actually from after her court date.
Final. Lawyer, the court judge asked, do you want him to be punished? So I say yes, because of all the thing I experienced, get through, something like that. That's what I said.
So you can see here, Bong Bong, she's not displaying a lot of emotion. She's kind of serious. And a lot of people took that with her as saying, okay, well, she's not deeply, deeply hurt by that. But she indeed was hurt by that. And she was so hurt, she hired a lawyer to go ahead and intervene in this case and actually push for an extreme punishment. And after the verdict, we now have, just now, breaking news that that lawyer indeed, and that lawyer representing Bong Bong, has said they are not satisfied with that. And the excuse that they gave, that she was not sad enough, was not okay. So I'm going to read this statement from attorney Lee Dun-ho of the Nova Law Firm. This is Bong Bong's attorney. So he says, victim's position on the first instance.
21st, when I tell her, look at this sexy, cute Chinese girl. How did Durian Ryder get her? When is... Oh, a cat. Oh my goodness. Oh, she's brushing the cat. That's nice. That's amazing. Wow, that's a good cat. I like how that cat is just hanging out. That's pretty nice. That's really good. Oh my god. What a nice cat.
What do you got there?
Melons,
Yep.
lychees, watermelon, lime juice,
Lime sugar juice.
and lime
Some
sugar
bananas,
juice.
yeah. And all this fruit's really, really nice. Really,
This
really
is
nice.
79 Chinese dollars.
The whole lot.
Okay, search that up in your currency.
Yeah.
It's really affordable. Look how hunky this melon is.
Nice.
And then we have the melon knife.
Yes, this is from Clinton in Adelaide. Victorinox. Cheers,
That
Clint.
to you. Made it.
It'd be cool just wandering around doing stuff all day, but I also don't want to be homeless. Oh, there's a dog in the background. Oh, wow, that's a happy dog. Wow, that's a good happy dog.
My left ball.
I don't know if you want to swim in that water.
Nice.
Yeah, that looks like it might be a bit dirty. Yeah, I don't know if you want to swim in that. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Verdict of Johnny Somali. The law firm Nova, as legal representative of the victim in the Johnny Somali deepfake digital sex crime case, the violation of an act on the punishment of sexual violent crimes, distribution of false video. This is Bong Bong's attorney, states its position as follows. On April 15th, the Western District Court found Johnny Somali, real name Ramzi Khalid Ismail, guilty on all charges, including obstruction of business and violation of the Sexual Violence Punishment Act, distribution of false video footage, sentenced him to 6 months in prison and ordered his immediate arrest. The immediate arrest of the perpetrator is a significant outcome. The court's clarification that repeated offenses were committed against an unspecified number of people for the purpose of YouTube profit and a degree of disregard for domestic legal order is serious, and it's a clear message that it will not tolerate acts of generating profit by trampling on the characters of others with provocative content. However, and here's the important caveat, it is regrettable that while the court found the defendant guilty of violating the act on the punishment of violence, the distribution of false video material, guys, that means the deepfake charge, it ruled during the sentencing that the victim does not appear to feel humiliation. The fact that the victim, that's Bong Bong, responded composedly should not be interpreted to mean there was no humiliation. This logic can send a false message to deepfake victims that they must actively express their suffering to have their victimization acknowledged. And I believe the lower sentence compared to the prosecutor's request, 3 years imprisonment, is not unrelated to this. As a result of consultation with the victim, once again Bong Bong, we have decided to submit a written opinion requesting an appeal to the competent prosecutor's office. Considering the impact of the court's judgment regarding humiliation will have on sentencing guidelines for future cases, we believe that a ruling from a higher court is absolutely necessary. I hope this ruling will serve as an opportunity to further raise social awareness regarding the infringement of personal rights and deepfake crimes committed using online platforms. As the victim's legal representative, the law firm Nova will faithfully assist in the appeal process and do its utmost to ensure that Johnny Somali receives just punishment commensurate with his crimes. And I could not agree more. So what does this mean in practicality? They're pushing for an appeal. They're actually going to be advocating for that. And when the victim is advocating for an appeal, not just the public, not just people that are interested in this going forward from the outside, like myself and others, but someone who's on the inside with one of the key charges here, this is a massive push for them to actually appeal. So let's assume that they do appeal. The prosecutor does take this recommendation and go to appeal. This can potentially mean double detention under the Korean Criminal Procedures Act. So let me explain this to you. We already have a sentence of 6 months in prison. Now I put a little asterisk there because technically it's 6 months in prison with labor. So that's him working in a factory or cleaning up the prison toilets. That's going to happen for 6 months. He's also got another 20 days detention. So it's really 6 months and 20 days, but let's call it 6 months in prison. On top of that, the court or the criminal procedure allows for another 6 months of custody, up to another 6 months of custody for the first appeal. So just the first appeal, and I'm not going to complicate this by getting into Supreme Court appeals because he can be retained and detained for even longer for the Supreme Court. But just for the first appeal, he can be detained another 6 months. So that effectively will double his sentence to 12 months, 1 year in custody. That would be absolutely grand if they can just go ahead and double that. So the appeal itself might take 9 months, it might take a year, and they can hold him for that time, and I think that would be absolutely justified and absolutely grand. So here's
nice.
my judgment. Prosecutors now have overwhelming cause to file an appeal. There's absolutely no reason why they should not or would not file an appeal, and I do expect that to happen in the next week. Also, this appeal doubling at a minimum the amount of time Johnny Somali is detained. So this is just assuming that there's an appeal and they don't even win the appeal. But what happens if they win the appeal? Let's say they go back, they appeal it, and he gets 2 years or 3 years. That would be grand because then they've effectively done a 3x, 4x, 6x, whatever.
Am I imagining this, or do his eyes seem to be pointing in opposite directions? Do you guys see that? Looks like his eyes are pointing out. I wonder if he has a thyroid problem.
Of the time that he was sentenced. So not 6 months, but let's say 2 years, 3 years. That would be awesome if they win. But even if they don't win, they double it at a minimum, and I like those odds. Somali had a plan to blackmail Bong Bong. He actually called it his Uno.
You know, I am noticing this eye in particular, it seems to be bulging out more. He might have a thyroid problem.
Uno reverse. But now Bong Bong has done an Uno reverse back to his reverse and hit him with +6.
Do you think you're stronger than the strongest... Oh, wait. Do you think you're the strongest Somalian on the planet? No, because I'm not Somalian. Kid Boo donated $2. What opinion about men do you have that makes people feel like this? The internet constantly tells women that men are terrible listeners because the second women start venting about the day, man immediately interrupts to offer a logical solution. We're taught to view this as him being dismissive, emotionally unintelligent. Well, no, it's men actually being useful and helpful. Strict unpopular truth is that to a man, fixing the problem is his absolute highest, most desperate form of empathy. Women vent to connect. No, they vent for attention. We want our partner to just sit in the dark with us and validate the emotion, but men are hardwired to view the woman they love being distressed as an active threat when he immediately offers a spreadsheet strategy solution. He isn't trying to silence you. His brain's trying to... Well, look, I don't care what you fucking tell me about, like, female nature or something. If you say you have a problem... and somebody offers a solution to help, and your response is to take that as, like, some sort of personal offense to you, then you don't have a problem. You just wanted to blab about bullshit so that you can get attention. That's it. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
Months. She is key to keeping him in there for longer, and that lawyer and Bong Bong working together to submit that written appeal to push the prosecutor's office is key. So if you guys can support Bong Bong in this and leave a little positivity for her to encourage her to do that, we all want to see Johnny Somali in there for a just period of time, and the majority of people think 6 months is not enough. So I'm happy to see a potential doubling here. But let me know what you guys think in the comments, and I'll catch you on the next one.
Well, that's good. He does not deserve to see the light of day. Johnny Somali should just be locked up indefinitely. That guy is just such a cancerous fucktard. Can't stand him. Prediction markets, 2026 murder season.
This is going to get a little dark. Officially, China's 2026 murder season is in full swing. What you're seeing here are mountains of confiscated electric bicycles. It may seem crazy, it may seem wasteful, but right now the government is actually going into people's homes, going into schools, and confiscating these. putting them on the back of trucks and driving them out to these big fields where they're dumped, either sold abroad to places in Africa or quite often just left to rot. China, in all of its wisdom, has decided that certain types of electric bicycles, the ones that people rely on to do food deliveries, the ones that people use as their family transport to get to school, to get to work, they've decided that no, they're all going to be scrapped because they're illegal. This, of course, leads to the typical wasteful piles of rubbish lying around the Chinese countryside, whether it's subsidized EVs, e-bikes, shared bicycles, you name it. When they decide they're going to change something up, they just do it. And they've been doing it en masse. Huge crowds of police at intersections, huge crowds of police raiding schools, raiding businesses, and of course, raiding people's homes, stealing e-bikes. Because you know what? They were legal to buy. They were legal to manufacture. But all of a sudden, they're just illegal to own. So why am I talking about e-bikes? Well, this is a prime example of what leads to what are called revenge against society attacks. When the government in China decides that they're going to change a policy or implement something, they do not consult the public. There is no option for the public to protest against this. I mean, if you've spent probably half a year's salary on an electric bicycle, something that is absolutely essential to your daily life because you cannot afford a car or you cannot afford or have access to public transport, and the government decides that they're just going to take it away, there's nothing you can do. They're not giving you any compensation. They're stealing it from you. So you can try and protest, but if you try to protest in China, they will literally disappear you, or they will arrest you, or they will come and stop you, and any trace of you actually protesting, holding up a sign or making a scene will be deleted off the internet. You are quite literally disappeared, both digitally and in the real world too. You can't go and complain to the government because there is a way to do it. Go to Beijing and they've got a petitioning office, but nothing ever gets resolved. The thing is, even if you can afford to go to the petitions office in Beijing, it's not going to change their policies. They're not going to all of a sudden say, you know what, we're going to let you keep your electric bike that we've now deemed illegal because we just don't like these type because they're catching fire or because they're not meeting safety standards or whatever their reason is for it. Of course, the main reason is they don't like bikes. They think it makes the cities look dirty and poor and so on. There's lots of different reasons why they do this, but it doesn't matter what their reasons are. They decide overnight that they're going to change their policy.
So stupid. Like, bikes are great. Most people don't need a car. You can fit a ton of stuff on a bike, like, you know, food, groceries, and everything. And they cause less traffic congestion. You can have way more traffic going through on a bike without causing congestion. I remember there was a study done, I think in Canada, where they determined if only 10% of cars would be replaced with motorcycles, it would end traffic congestion. So like, you know, these big, you know, miles-long pileups on the highway during high traffic, you know, like rush hour. So they're great. Bikes are great. So fucking gay.
On it, and all of a sudden, you lose out. So what do you do in a situation like this? Nothing. That's the problem. There is no outlet. You cannot complain. You cannot protest. You cannot go and actually contact somebody in the government. You cannot contact the press to get them to come and do an interview with you. There's nothing you can do. You have to suck it up. Now, this electric bike situation is just but a drop in the bucket of the types of frustrations that people have to endure living in Chinese society. And unfortunately, it leads to these horrific revenge against society attacks. Like this one that just happened in Guangxi last week, where a guy specifically targeted and rode over people on their bikes. Or how about the week before, when this BMW smashed into children and parents alike outside of a school in Jiangsu? Or how about the guy in the front-end loader that last month crashed into a crowded market in Beijing, killing over a dozen people, and who knows how many other people were injured. He literally took construction equipment and rammed over people that were there selling vegetables and meat and so on in the market, and of course pedestrians too. These big attacks, these big vehicular homicides, and of course there are mass stabbings and things like that too. I'm not going to get into that in this episode, but these revenge against society attacks are such a commonplace in China now that it seems like every week I'm seeing a new one.
Gum Gum? Gum Gum? I'd have heard a cat meowing.
If I wanted to, I could simply just show examples of these attacks and make an hour.
The issue with bikes is that bikers break road rules more frequently and drive like they own the road. That's not true.
Long video. We could sit here forever talking about all of them, like this one that happened in Fuzhou, or this one that happened outside of the #1 primary school in Beijing, or this one that happened in Nanjing. They're countless. They seem to be happening every day, and they're ramping up once again because officially China's 2026 murder season is in full swing. Now, before we get into the harsh realities of China's murder season, let's lighten the mood with a data broker rap. Deep within the corporate offices of a data broker, something is happening behind closed doors. We have a single focus. Horror trying to find my address and you say your personal line and use code helps you what they can't update in loader because back to the guy in the front end loader because this really sums it up. When he was wrestled from his front-end loader and he was pulled out by the crowd because, you know, he literally murdered a whole bunch of people, they found a stack of petitioning papers in his front-end loader on the dashboard. Apparently it was centimeters thick. The guy had been going to the petitioning office in Beijing. There is one that you're allowed to go to. In the Chinese constitution, it says you can take your grievances to the government. Of course, it says that. Nothing ever gets done about it. But people go in a specific time. During the 2 sessions, there's a big government meeting that they hold. And so they go during that time because they know it's a sensitive time. And they feel as if they go there and try to cause a fuss during this sensitive time, that the government is more likely to try to hush them up by taking care of their problem. Of course, this isn't actually true. Lines outside of that place, they're massive every day, and I don't think anyone ever gets anything resolved, but at least they have the belief that they will get their problems seen to and resolved. So this guy apparently for years had been trying to get his problem, whatever it may be. It could be something to do with his real estate investment that went south. It could be something to do with the land that he was on that he was forced off. It could be something to do with investment scams. You never know. There's so many issues in Chinese society that just aren't ever addressed. Because when people fall on hard times, the government ignores them. There are no social programs. There are no charities for people to go to when they're in dire straits. They have to rely on family. And family can't always help out. So this guy needed his problems taken care of, and for years apparently they weren't, and he'd been petitioning. So what do? Unfortunately, in China, what people do is they try to draw as much attention to themselves as possible, and they do this through revenge against society attacks. And
yeah, if they had guns, I'm sure you'd see a fuck ton of mass shootings in China.
they take 2 forms usually. Number 1, mass vehicular homicides. This is something, like I said, happens almost on a daily basis at some points in the year. This is something that every single month in China, you will see videos, horrible videos of people plowing into pedestrians on the side of the road, plowing into crowded crosswalks, plowing into people on their bikes, and specifically plowing into children and parents outside of schools. Unfortunately, the second method of revenge against society is attacking young children at school or outside of their schools. And we've seen countless mass stabbings by middle-aged men who go into kindergartens, go into middle schools and just start indiscriminately attacking children. And that is because the worst thing you can do in China to get revenge against society is to kill children. And that is because children are people's social blanket. It's their social security.
Wow. They actually have drills that they teach kids to, like, get away from mass stabbers.
When
Fucking
you have a
hell.
child in China, because of the way the family structure works, you pour all of your money and your entire family's fortune into raising that child so that when you reach retirement age, you will be able to move in with your child and they will look after you. It's like a retirement fund. And if you get rid of somebody's future, somebody's retirement fund, that is the biggest revenge you can have against society. And that is why they go after children. But it's unfortunate to see that murder season has once again kicked off. This is a societal ill that will not go away. This is a societal ill in mainland China only. This is a societal ill that will only ever go away if people have a way of venting their frustrations. Of course, there's no excuse for these abhorrent acts and these terrible attacks. But when you have a system that is so oppressive, that doesn't allow a person that has a grievance to vent their grievance, to have a place to go and talk about it, to have the media to talk to have government institutions that they can reach out to have courts and rights and labor laws and things like that. When you don't have that, this is the result.
Yeah, that's what communism does. Communism do what communism does. I'm just gonna go take a pee-pee. I think we'll play some video games. We'll play some games for a bit when I get back. Do I smell like tofu? Maybe after I eat tofu. Ugh. Tofu is really fucking awesome. I fucking love tofu. It's just some good shit. I think we had that fucked mission we were doing in Jack. Oh. Seal off the area. Weird. It didn't save the thing.
This area is off limits. Brave citizens, today, controlling Sector 9. Be advised. Moving to next sector.
Yeah, it's the open goal version of Jack 2.
I've got suspicious activity in this sector. This is a no-hover zone.
Yeah, I would have voted for Trump if I knew what I knew.
Exiting city.
Gig tired? I'm also a bit tired. It was late. 30 metal hits to hunt down. Ah. Oh my god. Yeah, the Democrats are all fucking communists. It's fucking crazy. And if they're not communists, they try to appeal to communists. Like, they're all becoming, like, buddies with Hassan Piker and shit. It's fucking nuts. Who'd have fucking figured, that dumbass with the fucking brain problem would be the one to point it out. Okay, I think this is where I, died. One time. Fuck, where the... Who the hell was that? So 7 more. Oh. Oh man. Oh, one more. Where's that last one? Don't know if I missed one back somewhere. Oh, there he is.
You wasted them
Yes.
all. I'm still not sure why combat metalheads are scouting this close to the city. To be honest, I wasn't sure you could handle this game. Nice work.
Hell yeah. Got her done. Give everyone free vitamins. Maybe free steroids. Okay, how the hell do I get out of here? Do I have to go, like, all the way back? Yeah, Hassan went on the aid flotilla to Cuba. I fucking hate Hassan so much, dude. How come you, like, never get the machine gun ammo?
It's good to see you still alive.
Seal off the area.
No, this is not boredom. Ah, damn it.
Moving to next sector. I've got suspicious activity in this sector. This is a no-hover zone! Nothing so far.
I want you boys to escort the kid over to Core at the power station. He promised to look out for the boy, and I'm just too busy to babysit right now. Oh, and take the kid's crocodile with you. Oh, isn't he sweet?
So what's this kid's story?
I found him just wandering the streets, but that amulet around his neck means he may just be the lost heir to the city. Take the kid and the mutt to the power station. Watch out for guard patrols and defend the kid at all costs. Oh, and if you happen to lose the crocodile...
Hey kid, wait! Come back!
We gotta protect him!
The Baron wants everything to say.
Here comes trouble!
Surrender the child! Ah! Give up! Don't move back!
Here, Poochie Poochie! Kid!
The Baron wants the kid alive!
Stay with me, kid!
Give up your freedom!
Leave the kid alone! Stick with me, kid, and you'll be safe.
Here, Poochie Poochie!
Damn it, what the fuck? Oh my god.
Hey kid, wait! Come back!
Oh my god, this is gonna be a pain in the... fucking pain in the ass.
Uh-oh! Here comes trouble!
Stay with me, kid!
Here, Poochie Poochie!
I am disappointed.
There he goes! Leave the kid alone. Stick with me, kid, and you'll be safe.
Kid!
No, oh my god! Why do we have to do this on foot? Why can't we have a fucking car?
Wait! Come back!
We gotta protect him!
Dude, this is...
Uh-oh! Here comes trouble!
Stay with me, kid.
You're under arrest.
Leave the kid alone. Stick with me, kid, and you'll be safe. Now you pissed me off.
You're under arrest. Take the kids with that underground free. Take them out. Keep the kids.
It's just a kid.
Keep away from me!
They've taken him in.
Keep your head down, kid.
Oh my god. Dude. Can you fuck yourself?
Hey, kid! Wait! Come back!
Can you actually fuck yourself?
Uh-oh! Here comes trouble! Yeah, Poochie Poochie! There they go! No!
Stay with me, kid!
Crush these.
Leave him alone! Stick with me, kid, and you'll be safe.
Take him out, but keep the kid alive. There's a kid. Take him out. They won't surrender. The Baron wants the kid alive. They've taken him in.
Fucking hell! Why did it just blow up?
Hey, kid! Wait! Come back!
Dude, I'm about to lose my shit.
Uh-oh! Here comes trouble!
Stay with me, kid!
There was no reason to make this that difficult. None whatsoever.
Yeah, Poochie Poochie! No! Keep up with the kid!
Leave the kid alone! Stick with me, kid, and you'll be safe.
We think the kids with that underground free.
You gotta get in the vehicle with the kid. Hold on!
They've taken him past him.
Oh my! Fuck you. Literally, fuck you. What a stupid fucking game. Wow. They literally just don't want you to fucking win that mission. Like, oh my god, that's just outrageously stupid. Unbelievably fucking dumb, dude. My god, that was just fucking retarded. There's literally no other situation, too, by the way, where if you're in a car and a motorcycle hits you, your car just instantly blows up. Why the fuck is it doing that for that mission? Just insane. Fuck me. What a piss off. Xenoverse sucked. The newer one was Sparking Zero, right? Where the fuck's that? That's Sparking Zero DLC. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Is that the latest one, or...? No, that's 2020. Wasn't Sparking Zero more recent? Yeah, I heard this was good. It's still like 46 bucks. Xbox Game Publisher Sale. Yeah, when the fuck is Gears of War E-Day coming out? Ninja Gaiden 4, the emo fag twink. That comes out May, pretty soon. Combat Evolved Remake.
Chief, you gotta find the cartographer. We'll keep him busy as long as we can. Down, hit it, Marine! Somebody order a warthog.
The Covenant are putting up a real fight. The cartographer must be here.
Lock and load, rock and roll!
I'll probably play that. No, I've never played Apex Legends. I'm not a retard. Not playing that fucking piece of shit. A lot of people like this. I want to play that mouse game.
Welcome to the trap, mouse!
Some falls don't begin in the sky. Mine started a few weeks back. The sky was just the exit wound.
Hey, watch!
Welcome to public transit, bub.
It didn't seem like much at first. Wasn't even sure it was a case.
This, Mr. Pepper, is the big one.
Something within me, I don't know, old instinct maybe, said turn back.
Get some solid evidence, and we'll get to the bottom of this in no time.
This case was more trouble than it was worth.
Grab my namification, donate $2, play Titanfall 2 campaign. No. I'm not gonna bother with that. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
But, well, trouble is what I do.
That actually looks pretty sick. Apparently Pragmata is good. Part-time witch. Oh yeah, Life is Strange Reunion. Gotta play that one too. Alkahest. Doesn't look like real gameplay. Why isn't he using his fucking sword? Yeah, that doesn't look real. Gameplay trailer. Well, looks like it could be fun. I'll add that to my wish list. Penis and whatnot. Opinion on Eric Garland. Who the fuck is that again? Who's Eric Garland? Play COD. Well, I don't know about that. I've already played Dead Rising 2. Dead Rising 2 was insane. Like, the boss fights were so ridiculously hard. And, the countdown timer was also so ridiculously fucking strict. I beat that game with mods, but that was ridiculous. Dead Rising 3 was a lot better. Resident Evil 9's the scariest game you've ever played? Wasn't particularly horror focused. Let me take a look at what mods they have for the game. Fancy outfit mod from RE6. That looks like it could be fun. Leon, Batman Beyond. That's a weird one. There's some funny nude mods. Grace 2B. That would be cool. I like Bum Bum. I just can't show the whole mod thing on stream because there's a lot of nudes. A lot of nude mods. Alright, these should be kind of good. No, I'm not going to download the naked delete on mod. Well, you know, penis and such. Wait, you need Fluffy Mod Manager? Wait, isn't that... Don't I already have that? Yeah. Okay, I don't know if that's going to be a problem. Okay. That should do it. Oh, good. It launched in the wrong screen for no fucking reason. Oh. That might not be good. Is this gonna just crash? Why is it launching in that screen? And it crashed. It starts in the screen, and then it goes to that screen. Why? And it crashed even faster. And it still crashed. No fucking idea. Oh, and it still crashes. So is this a problem with RE framework? This still doesn't work. I just... Yep. Well, we're not playing RE9 tonight. So... That's great. Well, it's late. I should just get to bed. I go bedtime now. But I'll see you all tomorrow. I'm going to train legs tomorrow. My leg training's being fucked, so I don't know if I'm going to stream it. We'll see. If my knee feels good, then maybe I'll stream it. Otherwise, you know. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I'll see you all tomorrow, and sweet dreams.